We have a proposed agenda. There may be a couple of items we need to shuffle around due to the timing of things. So we may move up items I and B, depending on how long the delegations and whatnot take this morning. So they would follow just after that. Is there any items on the consent agenda that someone wants to move into the regular portion of the meeting? Not seeing anything there, so looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the consent agenda, corporate issues. Looking for a motion on that one. Moved, thank you. Seconded, all in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consent agenda, development services, a motion for that one. Mover, thank you. A seconder. Great, thanks Director Bush. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to delegations. Our first delegation of this morning is Sinead Scanlon. Sinead, oh, sorry for the mispronunciation. I'll turn it over to Noel to introduce or the CAO going to start us. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. So as required by all local governments, audited financial statements are presented to you today with the auditors here giving you their results. And I've got the CAO, the CFO here. Thanks. You're welcome for the promotion. For the updates and for her to take over the reports. Noel?
Sorry. Thank you. Actually, I just want to turn it right over to Sinead at BDO Canada. She's going to provide us with the update on 2024 for us.
Go ahead, Sinead.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Sinead Scanlon. I believe I'm here to present, and I just want to make sure that I'm on the right point on the agenda. I just got my audio working, so I can.
You are.
Now, Chair. Okay, perfect. So I'll pause and I'll wait until I'm officially invited to start my presentation. Thank you for your patience.
No, you're ready to go. We're waiting for your presentation to come up.
Perfect, Chair. Thank you so much. I'd also like to thank all of the support in the background for making sure that I would be able to be here to present today. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sinead Scanlon. I'm an audit partner with BDO Canada. Very proud to be here this morning and working with Regional District to be able to present my report on the audited financial statements of the Regional District for the period December 31st, 2024. I presented to some of you, but maybe not everybody in the room and joining virtually in the past. And so my role here this morning as your external auditor is to give you, as board members of the Regional District, an outline of what we go through over the last couple of months as part of the audit process. I don't specifically cover any specifics on the financial results of the Regional District, but more so on how the external audit process went. And so back in February, we completed our audit planning after the year end was over, and we issued a report at that point outlining what we assessed as our risks for the audit. Every audit, regardless of size, regardless of municipality, regional district, has different risks that it presents every year. Some are very consistent from entity to entity, and some are largely dependent on what's key and unique to an entity in any given year. And so today's report is the second part of that communication, where we now outline for you The audit is complete. There are some very minor pieces, the main one being final approval today by the board in order to complete the audit process for another year. And so over the last couple of months, we've been working very closely with your team under the direction of Ms. Evans-McEwen as your Chief Financial Officer, and also Ms. Ernst as your Manager of Financial Operations. And so a small but incredibly strong financial team that we've been working with over the last couple of months in order to complete everything that's necessary to do an audit for a fiscal year. So I have a document to share, and I know that that's been included as part of your package. And I can start screen sharing in a couple of moments, but before I do that, and I like to just speak for a couple of minutes beforehand because I can see all of you in the room at this point and everybody online. And so as a board member myself of another organization, when we're getting the presentation from the year-end auditor, I'm looking out for a couple of highlights, a couple of key areas that I want to hear in order to gain comfort that the year-end process has been a success. And so those are the following. It's a clean audit opinion that we're able to issue on the regional district's financial statements for 2024. That's likely the most significant matter that as board members you're likely keen to hear about, so a clean audit opinion. The second one is that there were no instances of fraud that were detected as part of the audit process over the last couple of months. The third thing is that even though we work very closely with your finance team, there needs to be various different levels of independence that are maintained between our team and yours. And so there were no breaches of that independence, which is also a critical factor in the audit process. And then the final piece I would say is internal controls and if we encountered any significant deficiencies. And so we didn't encounter any significant deficiencies that we need to make you aware of as members of the board here today. So what I'll do now is, if everything works really well and I can share my document, what I'll do is just give me one moment, please. Could I perhaps get a thumbs up in the room if you're able to see the document that I'm sharing? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Chair. So this is a 24-page document, and what I'd like to do is just hone in again on some of the very key specific pieces for the audit for the 2024 year end. And the first one is, at a glance right now, where are we in the audit process? So we set materiality when we do our audit planning, which is a number of months ago, and that was set at $1.3 million. That's used as about 3% of your total revenues this year. And once we get your final trial balance, we update that. And so we updated that to $1.6 million. So that's your materiality. So let's talk about materiality for a second. That's a tool that we use in order to determine how much audit testing we need to do, how many samples that we need to look at. As your external auditors, we don't look at every single transaction processed by the regional district in the year, but we hone in on where some of the more specific higher risk areas might be. And we use this materiality threshold to tell us how many samples we need to look at in a certain area. And so that was our materiality at the year end, 1.6, very comparable to other regional districts, other municipalities, with the threshold and percentage that we're using for that. As I mentioned, no instances of actual or alleged fraud impacting the regional district in the year, and we were able to comply with all relevant ethical and independent standards in the year. The status of the audit right now is, as I mentioned, we're waiting on, after hopefully this meeting, the financial statements are approved and some internal documentation. Otherwise, everything is now completed for another year. Your finance team will be very relieved to hear. What we spend some time on during the course of the year-end audit work is looking at where the risks will be for an audit. And so some of these are very common. So I would say management override and looking at revenue recognition policies. That's very, very common for every audit that we perform. And then we look at, okay, well, what's key and unique about the regional district that we think that we need to spend some extra time on? And so these outline some of the risks that we look at and that we looked at during the year. So we want to make sure that even though there's a small but very powerful finance team at the regional district, we still need to make sure that internal controls and approvals, as well as segregating out those duties, is still happening. That's a key part of a successful audit process, but more importantly, a successful finance team in operation. And so we need to make sure that if the policies are in place, that those are being followed. We can't just also take the word of your finance team. We need to test those controls and that they're operating effectively. We also have every year, it seems like for the last couple of years, some new accounting standards that we need to comply with. And so some years we have more significant impact. So for members of the board that I've presented to before, we would have talked about a fairly significant new standard called asset retirement obligation. Now, that was a big standard when it was implemented, and it doesn't go away. We still need to review the standard every year to make sure that the regional district is still in compliance. And this year we also had some new standards that were applicable for revenue recognition. And so we worked through those this year, and nothing significant to report out of those audit risks that were highlighted. Another key piece that we have for an audit, as I've touched on already, is internal controls. The testing that we need to do in order to gain reliance that those controls are A, working as they've been described to us, but also working effectively in order to protect the regional district and the financial policies and the integrity of the data that you have. And so we test those in various different ways. And it's our responsibility as your external auditor to make sure that we can tell you if there's been any deviations or significant deficiencies. And so we didn't encounter any of those after all of the testing that we performed, which again, I think is another a mark of success for an audit process. Adjusted and unadjusted differences. So as the audit progresses over the last couple of months, if we encounter any areas where management typically, and this was the case this year, if management encountered any areas that they wanted to change as part of the audit process, any additional accounting entries that they thought were appropriate that we agreed with, those were flown through into the financial statements that are ready for approval today. So we don't have any further changes that we want to make. And then unadjusted differences are any items that are immaterial to the audit process that we're not going to change the financial statements for, but that we want to note as part of the audit process that aren't, again, not materially going to change the financial statements and typically are corrected in the current year, but may pertain to a prior year. And so again, for both adjusted and unadjusted differences right now, we're not proposing anything further to change, which means that we're in a position today to be able to release these financial statements for approval. The final piece that I just wanted to talk about from the report, and then I'll stop screen sharing, is we don't do the audit in isolation. We still need to communicate with lots of others as part of the process, and not just those where there is some debt, but other organizations that you have maybe due to from balances with, as well as your legal representatives. And so if there's any legal matters that are ongoing that might be significant, we reach out to them to gain comfort that we have all of the information that we need in order to base our audit opinion for today. So I'm going to stop screen sharing just for a couple of minutes and just hopefully get everybody back on at least my screen. So that concludes my presentation for this morning on the audit process. To recap on a couple of items, it's a clean audit opinion, no fraud was detected, and we were able to issue what we refer to as a clean management letter, so no noted areas of significant deficiencies. Even though I'm not presenting on the financial results today, strong growth overall in the assets and the equity of the regional district for yet another year. Strong increase in revenues and a current year surplus of $11.7 million. We did have some subsequent events that we have noted as part of the financial statements. You'll remember that these results that we're approving today are as at December 31st, 2024. Today is May 8th, and so a lot again has been happening for the regional district, including Okanagan Falls and the two waterworks wastewater districts that will be coming on board. And so another significant year of operations, I would say, is already in play for the anticipation of the 2025 year end. Two final pieces that I just wanted to mention. For the first time this year, the audited financial statements, a 35-page document, have been prepared in-house by the finance team of the regional district, which I think is a significant milestone that the finance team has been able to accomplish. And so in a year where there's already been a lot of activity, big areas of growth, to take on that challenge was very brave. But I feel like now that that product has been built in-house by that finance team, that's a legacy that will continue on for many years to come. We don't change that. We don't take back financial statement preparation anymore. That's now the ownership of your very skilled finance team. And I just want to say a huge kudos to them. It takes a lot of time to be able to build a final product in that way. And so I just want to thank both Ms. Evans BQ and Ms. Ernst for their diligence in making sure that the strength of the finance team could be demonstrated in this way. Final offer that I always like to just put out there is my presentation, of course, is to the board and everybody in attendance today. If there's ever a time at a later juncture that you would like to have an in-camera session with me without management, that's always something that's available to you, Chair, and to any members of the board. Thank you so much for your time this morning, and I'll pass it back to the Chair.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I'll just check with the board if there's any questions or not seeing any hands. We do have the proposed motion on the audited financial statements, moving it and seconded. Any discussion on that? Making sure I'm not missing anybody. Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. Well, thank you very much for working with us and checking out our finances for the year. Quick question, Director Monteith?
Thank you. I have a question for staff.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I was wondering if it'd be possible for us to get consolidated year-end financials for all our services. Is that something that I've never seen that. So other than next year we start our budget, we get the numbers, but I'd like to see it ahead of time.
Excuse me, consolidated for something, if everything for your particular area,
Yeah.
or
Yes.
we could try to come up with something that would a package for each of the rural directors. Absolutely.
Thanks.
We could do that. If I may,
Sure.
I just did want to provide a very, very high level summary of 2024. Out of the 162 services, we had only 17 that were actually over budget, and 7 of those were very, very tiny, under $3,000 over. So our success rate was 93.8% of our services were on budget.
Good to know. Thanks for that. CAO?
Just want to read out the motion and explain one of them, if I may. And as soon as I get it, I will. Here it is. So the motion is to accept the 2024 financial statements as presented by the auditors, but also to accept all the changes that were made in 2024. There was amendments throughout the year. However, every time there was an amendment, the board was asked to adjust the financial statements. So this is actually just a cost, just in case something was missed, and so that no one can come back and point their fingers at us. So the second, the motion is maybe redundant, but it's also something that I've always put into any of my recommendations for year-end audits.
Okay. Anything further, Director Monteith? Pardon me? I think that's the motion. We've already moved and seconded. It's on the floor. We voted, actually, yes. It's done. Anything further on this? Seeing nothing? Moving on to the next delegation. We have Anthony Haddad and Julie coming up. And I'll go to the CAO for introduction and
Thank you. As you stated, the city manager for the city of Penticton and the public safety and partnership manager for the city of Penticton is here to do a presentation, and it is an update on the winter shelter update to the board. Mr. Haddad?
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, Your Worship. Anthony Haddad and Julie Chack from the city of Penticton here.
got an echo.
Yeah. Just the two of us are here, not three. Okay, are we good to go?
Sounds better. Go
Okay,
ahead.
perfect. If you recall, board, we were here in the fall of 2024 in advance of the creation of the temporary winter shelter to give an update to the board and seek some funding for a portion of the lease costs that the city had the brunt of the responsibility for. I'll hand over to Ms. Check shortly, but I know and sort of really recall the discussion around regional communities really wanting to support their residents in their communities, and the lack of provincial funding to have those facilities in place was one of the big discussions. Lack of provincial funding and the lack of services in those communities as well. And I know you hear from 100 Homes later on this morning after us, and this is a bit of a precursor to that discussion. And I think there's the recognition that Penticton does have a lot of services and the majority of services in the region. There's a recognition that people actually do well in their own communities as well. So I know that's a piece of the discussion that we're going to have later on today. How does the region access support for social services and the issues? And you'll hear a lot of the details in Julie's presentation around the nuts and bolts of what goes into a shelter and the benefit of certain type of investments in this type of facility in Penticton that we truly believe can be applied across the region. So I'll hand you over to Julie to provide you an update on a really, I think, a unique facility that Penticton took the leadership on setting up, working with BC Housing, Interior Health, and a range of different ministries, and share some of those successes and lead us into what could be a next step across the region. Ms. Check.
Thank you, Mr. Haddad. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Julie Check. I'm the General Manager of Public Safety and Partnerships, and this is my first opportunity to share some of the work that we've been doing in Penticton over the last couple months. It's a pleasure to be here. If at any time during my presentation a question comes up for you, please feel free to answer, and I'll try to provide the answers and have this be a meaningful update to the directors. So a little bit of background before we get started. The winter shelter in Penticton, you'll hear a little bit more about it from our partners in 100 More Homes and the role that the social sector really played and the collective of 100 More Homes played in how the shelter ran this year in contrast to other years. As background, typically what we used to do in Penticton was called an emergency weather response or winter response. And that type of shelter model was really only activated in the community when temperatures would hit a certain threshold. Typically 0 degrees to -10. Each region can set their own thresholds, but really the Interior Health does provide recommendations. And in Penticton, it was 0 degrees. And as you can imagine, the unpredictability of not knowing when a shelter would open or close did pose a lot of problems. And this is something that we've seen in the new model be rectified and have some positive outcomes on a number of fronts, including public safety. So this year, with the support of 100 More Homes and City Council, we were able to lobby BC Housing to try a different model in Penticton, which is called the temporary winter shelter model. And this type of model, it operates 24/7, so it's not temperature activated, and it comes with significant more supports from the province for the resources in the shelter. This shelter model, also the other key component that was really important for us to integrate really well was a 24/7 safety and security plan around the winter shelter. As we know, previous model have typically had a disconnect and a lot of concerns from community that we really wanted to lean in on and develop a plan for. So what you'll see on this slide here is the key elements that were built into this 24/7 safety plan. As Mr. Haddad noted, the key distinguishing feature was that the city held the lease. So it really gave us an opportunity to be at the table with BC Housing, 100 More Homes, and really co-develop how we wanted the shelter to look in this season. Part of the funding also provided a dedicated safety and security staff member at the shelter that would liaise with RCMP, with bylaw, and with any of the surrounding businesses that might have had issues with the shelter's operations. We also bolstered significant resources, which I'll highlight later in the presentation, around making sure that there was an active presence by the RCMP and bylaw in that area, as well as overnight security during the times that bylaw was not on shift. Cleanliness was an important component of the plan as well. And we know that the business community certainly had a lot of trepidation before the shelter was put in the industrial area around what the impacts would be to their businesses. And I'll share more around how the plan took into consideration that component. And then the two key things that I think really drove home the success of this winter's operation was weekly meetings. So we had RCMP, we had bylaw, we had the shelter operator, BC Housing, Interior Health, and we had a business liaison from the business community join on weekly calls to triage and respond to concerns in a real-time rapid fashion that would allow us to deploy the right partners to address that respective issue. And finally, we also had regular neighborhood forums to invite the community to come and ask questions. We know winter shelters, or shelters in general, generally come with a lot of fear and trepidation, and we wanted to provide opportunity and space where all the partners involved in the activation and operation of the shelter could be available to answer questions for community members. And lastly, and probably one of the key components of this plan was a requirement by all partners to be accountable through data sharing. And so the remainder of the presentation will really outline how we collected the data, who provided it, and what the trends are telling us. So on this slide, you'll see how we divided the industrial area into 4 zones. Zone 1 is where the star is. That's where the temporary winter shelter was located. And what we really wanted to understand was the key activities occurring within these 4 zones. So all of our partner agencies, including the RCMP, bylaw, fire, and even our shelter operator, collected data and metrics that we set before the season in these 4 zones. And this report and the outcomes that I'll be sharing with you today contain data from November 2024 to March 2025, so just shy of 6 months. The shelter outcomes is the first that I'd like to highlight. The temporary winter shelter had capacity for 40 beds. But we saw that since the beginning of the shelter in November, there was approximately 91 unique individuals who have stayed at the shelter. And the operator has had to turn away people on 256 occasions. Now, this is not 256 people. This is 256 times somebody tried to access the shelter and it was unavailable because it was at capacity. Over the last 6 months, of these 40 beds, there were 74 turnovers. And there's a number of reasons that the beds would have turned over at the shelter, and they're reflected on this slide. One of the biggest reason, which we attribute as one of the key successes is for transitions to permanent housing. As I noted in the introduction of my presentation, this shelter model came with significant more resources and caseworkers, social workers in the shelter who were able during the day to work with people, develop goals, and support transitions, whether it be to recovery, to health services, or to housing. And since the shelter opened, again, between November and March, 12 individuals transitioned to permanent housing, whether that was in market housing, in assisted living, or in supportive housing. The other reasons that folks would have turned over a bed included seeking further treatment, choosing to exit. We know shelters aren't necessarily the right fit for everyone, and some folks chose to exit. 15 experienced temporary loss of service for not following the shelter guidelines or the shelter rules. And 34 individuals missed the curfew. So the curfew of the shelter was 11 p.m. So if they missed that curfew twice in a row or 3 times in a row, that bed would be released to somebody else in the community. The other thing that the shelter operator was really phenomenal in supporting is those cleanup efforts in the community. I see a question.
Sure. Director Gilbert?
Yeah, thanks through the chair. Just one question in regards to the 5 that left to seek further treatment. Do we know where they are in that continuum for treatment? Did they go to like a rehab or go to the hospital? And have they found housing through there after seeking that treatment?
Thank you through the chair. I believe those 5 individuals are still pursuing treatment, and later in the presentation, I'll share more about the interior health component of this proposal. And these 5 individuals, I believe, have left to seek further treatment outside of the community.
Okay. Director Monteith, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Is there a reason why it was capped at 40 beds? Is there a plan to increase that? Is that a space thing, staff, cost? Thanks.
Thank you through the chair. The cap for the shelter at 40 is best practice. I think what we've learned, even from our experiences with some of the other services in our community, is when they become too big, they become difficult to manage. So this was a very thoughtful decision that was made by BC Housing in partnership with the operator. And at this time, there isn't interest in exceeding that, because we're seeing that the benefits really does come in ensuring that the services are appropriate, tailored to a thoughtful number of individuals using the space. The environment is an open warehouse, so you can imagine it's quite difficult to ensure that there's enough privacy, enough opportunity for that service connection, because the service providers are going in there every single day to provide service. And so the 40 is what we've experienced as being the right number for an operation to operate successfully.
Continue on.
Thank you. This next slide outlines, went too far. This next slide really outlines some deeper demographic statistics around who was using the shelter. As I noted, of the 91 folks who stayed at the winter shelter, 28% of the folks were Indigenous, around 60% were male, and the average age of users was around 42. Not surprisingly, about a little bit over a third of the shelter users had foster care experience. And this is a really important thing to highlight and consider, as we know there's extensive research that demonstrates that experience with the foster care system or experience with homelessness as a youth is a significant predictor of homelessness as an adult. And you'll hear later in the presentation with 100 More Homes some of the strategic work that they're doing around youth homelessness, youth housing, because we really want to make sure that while we're supporting folks to become stabilized, we're also thinking about the prevention of homelessness. And a focus on youth is certainly one that we're leaning into it at Penticton as well. You'll also see on this slide the length of time that these individuals spent in Penticton, with the majority being in Penticton longer than 5 years, and also the breakdown of home communities. So at the winter shelter, approximately 60% of the individuals were from Penticton, and the remaining 40% were from either from other regions within the Okanagan, other regions within BC, and from other areas in different provinces.
We've got another question, Director Bush.
Yeah, good morning. So when you're at capacity and it's say -20 or very cold, people show up at the doorstep, do they have another place to go to?
Thank you, through the chair. They do not.
And so can you let them in for the night or?
There has been for some nights at the other shelter, additional mats that were provided, but it was no more than 10 additional mats for those really extreme nights. I do know, and I can tell you that 100 More Homes was also pivotal in handing out survival gear, tents, warmers for the folks who were not able to access the shelter.
Okay, another question, Director Coyne.
Yeah, it's interesting. You went up to five plus years. When does a person become a Penticton resident?
I would offer anytime that any of us would become a resident. I consider myself, I've been here a year. I am part of the community, and I consider myself a Penticton resident. So it's really difficult in conversations around residency and homelessness. We know that the province has an interest in solving this problem, and we know it's more than just regional. As with any regional service, like a hospital, for example, oftentimes our residency doesn't preclude us from accessing that service. So a really challenging question to answer from that perspective, because when does one become a resident?
Director Taylor?
Just following on that, do you ask the question, where did you come from before you come to Penticton?
Thank you, through the chair. The shelter operator, as part of their intake process, did ask those questions, and this is where that data was provided from.
Okay. Continue on.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to connect with our permanent shelter in Penticton, Compass House, to also ask them to provide us with additional data around who is using the shelter within the second facility that Penticton has. And you can see that the trends are pretty similar. The largest majority of folks are coming from out of province, with the second largest proportion being from the Okanagan region. And again, this just really underscores, and Mr. Haddad will speak to it a little bit more towards the conclusion of the presentation, the importance of a regional and a provincial approach. And we are working with the province to advocate for those additional resources, not only in Penticton, but within our region, understanding that folks do move where the services are. And we want to ensure that folks aren't having to leave because of lack of service. And 100 More Homes will also be able to speak a little bit more around their strategic priorities around regionalization and supporting that regional response to both housing and homelessness. Health outcomes were another key area that we track data on, and Interior Health provided significant resources within this year's shelter model. And you could see here, we had wound care nurses, overdose prevention nurses, substance use connection nurses, counselors, and peers routinely, daily providing services at the shelter. And one of the key pieces of feedback I received was the predictability of knowing where individuals were greatly impacted their health outcomes and reduced the needs for hospitalization for acute needs. We also were able to start this year, a physician started seeing clients from the shelter every Friday morning. There were 60 total physician care contacts throughout the season, and the majority of them were really related around progressing mental health and substance use connections and addressing primary care needs and wounds. And you'll see here 267 wound care services were provided throughout that season. The cost savings were not something that we were able to quantify, but we have heard anecdotally from Interior Health that they believe that this model of shelter has significantly reduced the need for hospitalizations and treatment within the hospital setting. The safety outcomes were also quite pronounced this season. What you're seeing on this slide here is earlier in the fall, bylaw services began to do an outdoor sheltering count to really understand what the scope of individuals who aren't able to access services because of lack of capacity. The blue indicators on that chart reflect the number of individuals that were sheltering outdoors within Penticton city limits, and the orange are the number of individuals who've been sheltering at the Fairview encampment. This encampment is on provincial land, and while bylaw services don't have authority to enforce municipal bylaws there, we are keeping an eye on it and working with our RCMP partners and the Penticton Indian Band to ensure that any safety-related concerns are addressed promptly. The calls for service in the industrial area for bylaw services were significantly reduced with this new model. And the key thing was not having individuals discharged back into the community every morning. Last year, there were 369 calls for service to bylaw services, whereas this year there were only 141. And this represents a 61% reduction in calls to bylaw services. Additionally, those proactive patrols I noted were around 1,800. The RCMP were also a key partner in the safety plan, and what we noticed was around a 2% decrease in the calls for service to the RCMP in the industrial area, from 771 calls last year to 749 this year. The number of calls that were generated, 45%, as you can see, were generated by those who were still unhoused in and around the industrial area. 14% of the calls were generated by the individuals at the permanent shelter and 6% by the individuals at the temporary winter shelter. And the nature of calls for service were around suspicious behaviors, vehicles, well-being, calls that should have been otherwise dealt by bylaw but were dealt by police, mischief, loss of property, enjoyment of property, and causing of disturbance. Similarly, the fire department also saw decreases in their calls for service. This year, they had a total of 12 calls in contrast to 17 last year, representing a 29% reduction. And what I'd like to note is that last year's model operated 30% less time. So if we were to factor in the days of operation, this decrease would likely be even more pronounced. In terms of the types of calls for services, what we noticed is that there was a significant drop in medical calls to the fire department. And this, again, we believe is attributed to Interior Health providing overdose prevention services at the shelter and individuals not having to use outdoors in the community. However, we did notice an increase in the fire calls, and that's something that we'll monitor. And now that we're tracking this data in future models, we'll be able to see how those trends may shift.
Another question? Go ahead, Director Federico.
Yes, thank you, the chair. Part of those drops in calls for the fire department, how does the CAR 40 program impact some of those calls for service as well?
Thank you, through the chair. The CAR 40 program was pivotal for the RCMP. They were doing a lot of proactive patrols, encouraging the businesses actually to call if they had any concerns. So some of the stats that are reflected in the RCMP slides were actually proactively tracked by the ICRT team. And the relationship between the shelter operator and the RCMP in this model, because of that service of the nurse being paired with the police officer, has seen a rebuilding of some of the trust and working together in addressing issues for people who were experiencing mental health distress in the community.
Follow up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Follow up. Did that impact the calls for service for the fire department as well? Because they were also dispatched to a lot of sort of those medical mental health ones as well. So did they see a decrease in what they were being dispatched for?
Thank you through the chair. That's a really good question. I do have that data. I don't have it with me. I'd have to go and do the comparison, but if that's something you're interested in, I could follow up separately.
Okay. Continue on.
One or two more slides. Community impact. 100 more homes played a significant role in bringing the community together, both for the operations and also in the community forum. As I noted, that building of the community trust in this new type of model was really important to all who were involved. And what I have here is some direct quotes, both from residents who have been part of our neighborhood forums, as well as some of the businesses in and around that area. The 100 more homes initiated a range of cleanups. I believe it was 3 or 4 that saw 177 individuals turn up in support of cleanup efforts throughout the community. And some of those cleanup efforts even were at the Fairview encampment. And we saw around 90 residents and community members come to the 4 forums that we hosted throughout the season. And as I noted, the business community was a key player as a liaison for the businesses in that industrial area. And they worked very proactively with our operator to resolve complaints directly with the businesses involved. And some of the statistics are reflected here. And now I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Haddad to talk through some of the work that we're doing on the long-term strategy. We know shelters should be temporary, brief, and non-reoccurring. And we're doing a lot of work at the city to develop that continuum so that folks don't become entrenched and stuck in our shelters.
Thank you. And as Ms. Check mentioned, council are working with the province to look at extending the funding for the shelter operations over the next year as well. And we'll hopefully have more news over the next little while on what that looks at. But as Ms. Check said, this is not the ideal solution. We need some longer term solutions. There are a number of initiatives and projects underway in Penticton right now. We have a provincial housing site run by BC Housing that has approximately 500 units that is in the process of coming to council over the next couple of months through a rezoning application. And that's in the middle of the town over the road from Walmart property. Council have taken the initiative of allocating 3 city-owned parcels of land for social housing in the community, ranging from supportive housing through subsidized housing for youth, seniors, and families, and also some workforce housing. You may have seen the announcement with a property on the corner of Eckhart Avenue and Comox Street that really targets long-term, sustainable, affordable rental for employees and workforce in our community. Where there's an Indigenous housing project under construction on Main Street in Penticton. And as I mentioned, the Heart and Hearth initiative looks at some opportunities to really fill the gap that we're seeing across the housing spectrum as people move through the complexities of shelters, transitional housing, trying to get them out of that big gap that exists in our community right now. The encampment piece, obviously lots of work underway there right now. And you'll hear from 100 Homes shortly around the need to continue the discussion and investment in the region around housing and homelessness. The discussion that council and the board has had with resolutions that have been brought forward to SILGA, and now we're on to UBCM, I think highlight the fact that homelessness is ultimately a regional issue. As one region working together, we've really got to focus on how our communities within the region can support the work that Penticton's done and the investment that the district has made in Penticton as well, especially with the shelter operations over the last 6 months. How do we look at the services that are provided not only in Penticton but across the region to support these very, very complex issues as a big focus of the discussion, I know, today. As you recall, our Penticton City Council in Feb supported a resolution and went through SILGA. I'll let our council or Penticton directors speak to this in a bit more detail in terms of their experiences around this shortly. But there was unanimous support from council to move this initiative forward, and ultimately the discussion we know was had around the board on Feb 20th to really look at those regional solutions. We know they're complex. We know there's funding that needs to be allocated across the region to increase support services. And as I said, you'll hear from 100 Homes on the services and the success they've had in the community, and the success that I know we believe they can have across the region with the appropriate investment. So we'll leave it at that, and happy to answer any questions in advance of United Way 100 Homes next presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for the presentation. I've got Director Roberts to start questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. Not a follow-up from all the information that you provided, and we look at the different individuals that were involved in the issue of like cold weather, short term, and then finding housing, but also in regards to supports and mental health. And I know I've brought up multiple times over the different years and trying to advocate for a particular part that I think we can do within the Area G area with the crossing facility, whether or not there's been a reach out to FNHA in regards to support. It's close to also the band in our neck of the woods, the Lower Similkameen Indian Band, for a facility that's sitting there that is owned by City Central Foundation that is ready to go and has multiple housing. It's one of the few places that we have I would say in the whole region, but if not in the Similkameen, that has multiple housing options with it, and a large dining room and offices for other, social service resources. I managed that site back in the 90s. It has expanded, had $6 million put into it by the province, and is now sitting vacant. I still think that we need to be advocating. Again, it's only one part of the puzzle, but it's a large facility. We see an increase in transit, hopefully, and with our 50 route coming, that every once in a while, there'd also be the ability with a stoppage to be able to carry people through to get to other resources. So I think moving forward, this is a great opportunity to use an underutilized facility. Thank you.
Okay. Not sure there's a response there. Director Federico and then Taylor.
Thank you to the chair. You talk about a regional approach, and seeing as Penticton's one of the only local governments, I'm not sure if Oliver still has their social development department. What does a regional approach look like to you?
Thank you through the chair. I don't want to steal the thunder of 100 more homes. This is going to be a significant focus area that should council and the region support a renewal of that work. We're looking forward to co-developing what that strategy and what that vision could look like in partnership with the RDOS.
Okay, Director Taylor.
Yeah, we owned a property, still own a property right across the road from what used to be the emergency shelter. And I don't think you'd have gotten any of those positive comments that you received from this shelter from anybody in the community with respect to the last one. So kudos, compliments to staff and to the city of Penticton for their efforts. One difference I think I see here is collection of data. And I don't ever recall seeing any data relative to the previous emergency shelters. Maybe it was just a factor of the funding, I don't know, but I don't know how you can improve things if you can't see data. So again, compliments for making sure that you get data. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Anthony.
Just want to just a comment on the data piece. That's been a big piece, I know, for council to build a case for supporting these very initiatives. And as you can imagine, 6-7 months ago, there was a lot of questions around the facility that was brought forward, but it was an expectation that that data be part of the process. But a lot of that data can't get put together if there isn't a lot of trust between the city, between the nonprofit organizations, between 100 Homes. And I think there's a really positive regional discussion that should be had around those partnerships, around those relationships, because this shelter doesn't happen just with the city. you've got to bring the partners to the table. And without that trust level, there's no sharing of data. So I think we're in a very positive place now to launch off the success of the last 6-8 months and a year or so worth of work and all the lessons learned. How do we bring that as part of a larger regional discussion is obviously the next step.
Okay. Director Gilbert?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. And then I guess this is a question for staff because I would like to see RDOS continue the funding of the 20% all the way to March 31st, 2026. And I wonder if I could put that motion forward to the board now.
I think that would have to probably be through the budget process, but I'll just double check with the CAO.
I would start off with the budget process. There's a impact statement of who pays and how much it is. So if that's something that the board is considering, we can add it in and then the board could vote on it at that time.
Okay. Is that acceptable?
So we'll be waiting for the budget coming up in the fall.
CAO?
The budget process starts essentially next week. So that's
Quickly. Okay. Just keep it in mind though, so we don't lose sight of it for sure once that starts. Director Taylor?
So I didn't realize we were going to get into budget. In that case, I'm glad we're not going to address your motion at the moment because I don't see the business case for a 20% funding. And I'm probably one of the strongest proponents of this initiative. So I would encourage the managers, the staff to get a business case together that supports whatever it is you're asking.
Okay. Director Gilbert?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. And I think this presentation showed you the business case. We have people sheltering right now on MOT land. We're seeing it starting to go up the valley. And it's also taking pressure off the hospital, which your communities here don't have, around around Penticton, you have to use the hospital here, and that's taking the services away by having the shelter. So I think the business case has been provided in the report, and I think that 20%, makes up for. I think having RDOS, be a part of this solution, definitely benefits all the communities in the whole region for it by adding that 20%. So I think the business case, the success of this shelter by reducing services that everyone uses in Penticton, that you don't have in your communities, definitely benefits the whole region.
Okay. We'll keep the discussion on what's acceptable or whether it's accepted or not to a later date, but our CAO.
To Penticton's credit, last year they did give us a business case. I asked for it and they did a very good job and it was 20%. So if that something changed, then if it didn't, you can just reproduce what you gave me last year.
Okay. Director Coyne, Senior.
It sounds like this could get into a very heated discussion in a really big hurry if we fall off the railroad tracks here today. But the point being, or my perspective on this is changing very, very fast. The changes that have happened out here in our community in the last few weeks, it's drastic. And to be able to just jump in right now and say, we're going to do this or we're going to do that, you're kind of getting the horse out of the barn a little bit early here. So I think we've got to listen to what the other folks have to say and deal with these other concerns. And a simple answer on that, or one component of this, is we're having a problem here with people that get released out of the prison in Oliver, and there's no bus services. People are sitting out on the highway. They get to Princeton, they get stuck. So now they're in a homeless camp. They got no money. So they're now people that were potentially becoming minor criminals that just got an education in the facility in Oliver. So these are things that we got to look at with the big picture, not just that we've had one success, we're going to jump on that success. We got to back up a little bit and look at the whole thing. Anyway, that's all I got to say.
Okay, that is a bigger discussion, but the other Director Coyne.
Yeah, I'm interested in having a bigger regional conversation, but it's not with us, it's with our teams. Like, we have a major growing problem in Princeton with like 30+ people. You may have just saw the Castanet article about an individual from over here camping in the Princeton area. This is becoming a regular occurrence. We have people leaving the shelter area over here and showing up over there in the middle of winter when it's minus, 30. So we do have some major issues that we have to discuss as a region, and this table isn't necessarily the place to discuss it, because I've got 3 or 4 nonprofits plus, bylaw plus interior health plus, plus, trying to figure out a way to deal with this situation. And it's growing and it's getting worse and worse. So this isn't just a Penticton issue. This is a regional issue, but it works both ways. So yeah, I know we have residents come over here because they come over here to go to the hospital, then they get stuck over here and they can't get home. But then we have people leaving the Okanagan because it's, in some places it's toxic. So they're trying to get away from that, and they come over and they bring that same environment with them. And, we had people shooting fireworks at a homeless camp the other day, trying to burn it down. So we have major problems. And the only way we're going to do that is if your staff and our staff and your nonprofits and our nonprofits all sit down and talk about it. We can argue it as a political point all we want. It's a reality and it has to be dealt with. But I really strongly urge you guys to reach out to the people in the region that are working on this and start those conversations there if we want to look at this regionally.
Okay, Director Holmes?
Yeah, I'd just like to echo that we need a regional approach. We're seeing increasing homelessness in Summerland like we've never seen before. And I would perhaps it's something that the CAO group could take on. And that would probably be the best starting point for this, because I agree we don't really want to be battering around this table to try and solve this problem.
Okay, not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much for the presentation and the update on that. And I'm sure we're going to have future discussions. So thanks again. Next on the agenda is another delegation, Naomi Woodland, and I'll go to the CAO.
Thank you. As you stated, Naomi Woodland is going to be doing a presentation on 100 more homes. And Naomi, if you can just start. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think I sent my slides through. They loading. Awesome. Excuse me. I think most of you know who I am. I was excited to present to you last August on United Way and some other some sort of general work that United Way does provincially. I believe some of you had the honour of being at Silga recently and may have seen my boss, Christy Rintle, doing a presentation on some of our other work around emergency response in that setting. I'm the Housing Initiatives Manager for United Way BC. It's a new role. Before that, I was the 100 More Homes Strategy Coordinator in my regional coordinator role. So I've had a few hats since I started working at United Way 4 years ago, and hearing some of the comments around the increased need for supports around housing and homelessness, I think the importance and need for 100 more homes is really expanded. How do I move a slide forward? Gotcha. So I wanted to start with a territorial acknowledgement. It's important that we recognise that our work takes place on the traditional and unceded territory of the Syilx Okanagan Nation. And as already been mentioned, that comprises 8 communities across the Okanagan Valley. The image here is connected to the word Syilx. The root Yil means many pieces coming together. And I think we've all, in reference to this conversation, seen how important it is to have multiple voices coming to the table, being represented in community decisions, and helping to make sure that the path forward is unified and creates a positive journey that's supportive for everyone. So I have a few minutes today to talk a little bit about what we've been able to achieve with 100 more homes in Penticton, how we've moved from crisis to prevention work, what multi-sectoral collaboration looks like, and some focus on our priority investment areas for the next 3 years, as well as the investment opportunity. So 100 More Homes' mission is to work collaboratively to build a system of housing and supports to prevent and address homelessness in Penticton. Over the last few years, we've been able to do just this. Since 2022, our progress has accelerated due to investment from the City of Penticton to hire a full-time person with the neutral backbone organisation, which is United Way BC. United Way has actually provided the administrative infrastructure for 8 years. We were asked by the community partners, stakeholders, Chamber of Commerce, the city, to provide that support. And when I first started in the role, it really was about, okay, we've got 100 people unhoused through the winter. How are we going to make sure that they don't succumb to hypothermia or other health conditions? Through continuous communication, we've been able to extend what was an EWR into a temporary winter shelter, and you heard all about that. But it's taken us time to get there, and it's also taken time to bring enough of the community together to demonstrate that this is a need and a service that supports and serves everybody in the community. The leadership of the backbone has really empowered us to launch new initiatives. So again, not just focusing on those emergency response pieces, but also looking at the housing needs and housing development, and having a lived and living experience table so that when new policies and initiatives are launched, that they are launched in a good way. The funding was provided at a critical time as we continue to see increasing needs. In 2023, the point-in-time count showed an increase of 45% in people experiencing homelessness. The Regional Housing Needs Assessment identified that 29% of regional renter households were in core housing need, compared to only 6% of owner households. So the number of people that are on the brink of homelessness is also significantly high and concerning to everybody in this community. The recent strategic plan from the Okanagan-Smilkering Regional District showed that the cost of housing remains a concern in the area. And that's why our focus has shifted now to be more proactive and preventative. So what have we achieved? We've been able to deliver on so many different pieces. We've really grown in strength and capability through our multi-sectoral approach. Looking at just emergency response, for example, we've been supporting the implementation of cold weather shelters from 2022 to 2024. Bringing together diverse partners to make sure that we activate the shelter in cold weather, that the food and the meals are available, case management, hygiene services are all on the table. Interior Health has stepped up over the last few years to make sure wound care services, mental health substance use is in the room as well. Additionally, in the summer, we've coordinated community partners to respond to emergency services requests for support with heat events, smoke events, and apartment fires, notably the Black Forest Motel fire, which displaced 25 individuals. With a couple of phone calls, we were able to make sure that there was a safety net for all of those at-risk people in low-income housing. From a public and community engagement perspective, we've helped to facilitate 15 public engagements. As you heard from the City of Penticton just now, sometimes when a new initiative like a shelter comes into a community, people can be quite alarmed and fearful. And we've been able to hold space for those conversations to make sure that everybody is supported as those services become active in the community. We've also supported reports on youth housing needs, data trends, non-market housing needs, grant proposals, and presentations. Some notable results include the reactivation of the situation table here in Penticton, policy shifts such as inclusion of vulnerable sector in the regional emergency plan, and proposals for federal grants, such as the Building Safer Communities grant to improve services in the community, and that's specifically focused on youth. Cross-sector collaboration has been a key area of focus as well, where we've been working with bylaw, with the fire department and RCMP to help make sure that folks who are unhoused are supported in a good way to access services. And you can see in the photos here, our community cleanups have delivered over 500 volunteer hours over the last year. This group came together after the emergency weather response shelter closed down last year. They've met every single month for the last year to provide a much needed service in the community. Recently, we were down on the channel and the group was doing a cleanup and a resident saw us and she came over and was like, what's happening? What's going on over here? And she said her and her buddies in her condo complex were about to do a community cleanup, but then they saw us doing that already, and she was just blown away with how impactful the work of those unhoused folks who don't have very much were just contributing back to the community. And she gave us a cash donation on the spot. So that was kind of one of the really impactful pieces to me. To put it simply, we've lived up to the expectation for 100 More Homes to be the leader in housing and homelessness needs in the Penticton area. We are so proud of the work we've been able to do and see huge opportunities to bring this much needed infrastructure and system of supports to the whole of the South Okanagan Smilkameen area. As I've already mentioned, we've really been able to move from just going from crisis to now being able to look at prevention. With the investment from the city, we've been able to shift to that place of crisis intervention, to proactively planning ahead. And all good projects have a good plan. Yes, you have to adapt and be agile. This world we work in is not black and white. It shifts and changes. The framework we have been developing since 2022 has created an amazing foundation from which to launch additional prevention strategies and to think at that regional level. When we look at the data, this complex issue isn't going away, as you've all noted. Working collectively, communities with communities, it would appear to be the best way to support the region. And I think just to add, when we started working in Penticton, we focused on sector by sector, what does each sector need? And I see that as a similar approach to the region. What does each community need? And how does that connect and tie together for what the region needs? So you're not leaving anybody out, but it's a collective and unified vision. When we look at the number of nonprofit organizations in smaller communities, there's usually one cradle to grave organization that's in operation. Some communities have more, which is great, but those organizations are already at capacity. The fact that most of those communities also have housing challenges. Whether from a business perspective or keeping people in the communities they call home, is essential that we work together to address the 11% increase in homelessness in BC between 2018 and 2021, just that doesn't even include recent data. Okay. So what's the magic sauce? It's something we've been asking ourselves quite a lot recently. How have we been able to do this? This is a complicated kind of drawing, but it's a little bit of our brains on paper of how we've been able to bring multiple different needs and partners together to come out with a shared vision and goal. There are lots of variables to how we do this work, but this common framework has really helped to ground us in driving forward and creating an impact. United Way has been a long-term collaborator in the community, been building and developing networks to build mutually beneficial relationships. 100 More Homes is no exception. Since 2016, a variety of staff at United Way and many community partners have built the foundation from which this all started. So from the diagram, you can see, again, it starts with the small stuff, individual groups and emails between one-on-one and small communities. From that, you can theme and identify unmet needs and define what the priorities are and kind of create a bit of a list of where we're going to start and what's next. Making sure we know what's happening already in the community. Is there other collaborations already in place? Our decision maker check-in, making sure that our health authority, the First Nation governments, regional government and funders are included in the conversation. And from all of that, developing the vision and strategy. To make sure that we're constantly making progress and that we're incorporating feedback, using a plan, do, study, act approach helps us to check in on that and to make sure that we're going in the right direction. So that helps guide our North Star, or is our guiding star. Oh, delay. My goodness. Technical issues. So from a governance perspective, and I know there are probably a few governance fans here today, this is what it can be boiled down to. Everything is driven by community need and identifying collective solutions to meet those needs. The strategy coordinator is the key to all of this functioning effectively and efficiently, while also addressing new needs that may come up, changes in leadership, changes in funding, and even changes in climate-related events. We know that many communities have a whole host of community tables which can take up a lot of time.
We've been able to connect those tables in Penticton through 100 more homes and bring data sharing from those tables to a collective leadership table or steering committee. This is essential in ensuring key stakeholders like BC Housing and Interior Health hear the information that identifies funding and investment needs as those needs emerge in community. What this looks like for a specific event, and I'm having issues with the PowerPoint, so do apologize. I just need to go back one slide. Here we go. Nope. If someone can help me, that would be great. Sorry? Adam? I need one more slide forward. Thank you. So that governance model we saw just now, this is how we adapted it for the temporary winter shelter. So the red circle in the middle, again, the strategy coordinator, the key, the glue that holds everything together. We have on the left-hand side, the 100 More Homes coordination tables. So that includes outreach, it includes lived experience. And then on top of that is the safety and security plan that was developed in partnership with the city, RCMP, fire department, health services. On the right-hand side, you can see how that connects to the winter shelter directly. We had weekly meetings with the operations of the winter shelter, as well as the business community and resident representatives on a weekly basis. And then to make sure that residents and other interested individuals in the community could get us the information they needed, we held monthly neighbourhood forums. And no question was turned away. We always made sure that we took on those difficult conversations and held space to make sure everybody felt heard and included in the work. The input from all of our partners helps determine the path forward that works for everyone in the community, including the businesses, municipalities and emergency services. So, I've mentioned briefly the role of a neutral backbone. I think that in talking with other communities that are interested in this model, such as Langley, Cowichan and Nanaimo, the role of United Way with no specific skin in the game in housing, in terms of managing housing or running homelessness services, is very important. We deliver strategic coherence, communications, data management, goal setting, project management, delivery of core projects, and we can even implement new projects to pass on to a long-term operator. And I've had one conversation about Princeton, actually, where there's a housing opportunity, but the nonprofit sector in that community isn't quite at a place to deliver on that. So is there a role there that a model like 100 More Homes could support? Having a neutral party also means you can bring opposing opinions together to forge a new path forwards. So, for example, we were trying to establish the emergency weather response shelter in Penticton. At the time, this was a couple of years ago, BC Housing, Interior Health and the city were not the best of friends. And so we were able to hold space for those conversations and kind of just keep asking the same question twice a week, every week for 2 months, until we landed in a space where we could get a location, a delivery model, and a service that was going to keep people alive through the winter. And sorry, just to mention the rest of this slide. So the City of Penticton was our primary funder. That money came directly to United Way BC. We were able to use our infrastructure and systems and planning to hire the strategy coordinator role. And that's really been the foundation from which we've built the rest of the system of 100 More Homes. Yeah.
Director Bloomfield, go ahead.
Thank you. I wondered if you could just remind us as to when Penticton started funding 100 More Homes for this kind of management system, if you want, for want of a better term.
Yes, 2022 was the year that we started, so 3 years ago. I think the first year we saw just kind of the data pieces, figuring out who's who in the community, what's working well, going back to our multi-sectoral collaboration piece, just taking a bit of an inventory and systems map of what's out there. The second year, we were able to do much more community engagement and bring more and more diverse partners to the table. So we did see a 56% increase in membership of the table. And I think that that speaks a lot to the success, because you don't join a table unless it's doing something effective and impactful in the community. So that just speaks volumes. And then in the last year, we've really seen some of those other partners take much more ownership and seen the capacity building within the community take root. I wouldn't attribute just 100 more homes to the new operator that's come to town, but Penticton and Overdose Prevention Society has evolved and become stronger and stronger as an organization as a result of 100 more homes. And I think that that's important when we look at capacity building of the nonprofit sector, is who's out there that's trying to do the work, and how can we support those partners to be more effective and work well with the existing infrastructure or existing network of nonprofits. So we've recently gone back to our steering committee and kind of been working with some of the nonprofits across the region to better understand what the priority areas might be for the next 3 years. So we are seeking support from the City of Penticton and the Regional District to support this work moving forward. I wanted to just bring in a conversation about data that I think, let me think here. I think Councillor Roberts was speaking about data collection and why we haven't had access to that before. Some of this is connected to BC Housing and what's called the BC Trilateral Alignment Project. Essentially, BC Housing has held a lot of the data around housing and homelessness internally to inform their investment decisions. What the rest of the country does is actually have that data owned by the community. So BC is the last province to have that access to its own community data. And United Way, because we support 3 communities in this project, we will be a major partner with BC Housing in making sure we have access to our community's data and help us to inform decisions moving forward. I have no idea on time, by the way. I apologize, I forgot to check that. So from a regional perspective, you know, it's not just about homelessness, it's about prevention. We know that housing has been a challenge over the last few years. We know that services are needed and that there's a safety net required. So building on the data from the 2025 winter shelter, using those federal and provincial partnerships, working with BC Housing and Service Canada, we're going to be implementing coordinated access, leveraging our experience with what's called the Built for Zero model, which is real-time tracking of inflow and outflow of homelessness. So mentioning this, the correctional centre, knowing who's leaving that correctional centre, where they're going and how we can support those folks will be part of that model moving forward. It's never been an option before, but with this federal and provincial data project, that will be something that we'll be advocating for. Housing and policy development. We've been able to strengthen governance and strategic planning with the city, and there's now a housing policy manager. When the investment from the city started, there was not that position. So the city's been able to kind of focus in and expand on what does workforce and affordable housing needs look like for the community. The social housing and infrastructure plan, we will be directly involved in implementing this plan moving forward. Currently, that's just focused on the City of Penticton, but you know, depends on what the needs are in the region as to where that kind of initiative goes. And advancing youth solutions. We're having conversations about youth safe spaces, working with different ministries at the provincial level to seek funding and supports to develop those kinds of networks. I think something that's not quite mentioned in here, but the data around Indigenous people who are living unhoused and those who use shelters is very different. So there's 28% Indigenous people using shelters, but actually from our point in time counts, it's closer to 45% in the community. So I think that speaks volumes to meaningful Indigenous relationship building, and it's something again that we've started with Penticton Indian Band and leveraging some of United Way's relationships across the region to have those conversations with other Indigenous partners. So I'll just speed up a little bit here. So community coordination. Oops. Supporting the social sector, we'll be seeing Heart and Hearth hopefully come into this community. A core part of that is going to be supports and coordinated access, and how are people accessing those Hearth units, and what does the encampment response and outreach look like from the Heart side of things. So that's a BC Housing project, and again, we're developing strong relationships with them through the city and other partners to make sure those kinds of things are successful. Coordinating funding applications, making sure that we're not competing for every funding application that comes available, but that we're working collaboratively to get the funding into our communities that we need to deliver impact for residents. Emergency response, I already spoke to a little bit. I think, that work is continuing to grow with the regional emergency plan, United Way's work around social response task force, and then more specifically for unhoused populations, making sure we've got a plan ready to go if there is an event locally. We can't do any of that without supports and investment.
Got another question here from Director Roberts.
Thank you through the chair. Well, of course, people know whenever emergency response pops up, I got to say something. I know quite well, I was a community paramedic with BC Ambulance in rural settings, but that BC Ambulance also provides community paramedicine programs in urban settings. It's unfortunate that we never have BCEHS at our table, but it might be something to reach out, because then it provides a support at that level of medical care, and also education is a part of their component to be able to help marginalized groups. So it might be good to see whether or not Penticton can get themselves a community paramedic program. Thanks.
It's a great recommendation. We do have some relationships with Health Emergency Management BC, which is kind of some connection to that, but I appreciate the comment. We'll look into that. Thank you. So just to kind of cover the last three priority areas, governance, so making sure that we have that model really dialed in, that it responds and is agile, establishing regional collaboration models. So what does that look like from each community, and how does that work regionally? And then finally, the communications and public engagement. I think something that shifted recently with United Way is that we're looking at launching a fundraising strategy to further support this work, and then hosting more public engagement events to strengthen community relationships and understanding. So my last slide, the ask. So since we started this initiative, the costs of delivering programs like this have exceeded what the current funding looks like. We've been able to do an amazing amount with what we have, and on top of the 85,000 that we received from the City of Penticton every year for the last 3 years, United Way has actually also contributed 25,000, and the community has contributed about 51,000 in kind in terms of volunteer hours. So what we're looking at now is a budget of $200,000 a year for a 3-year term. What we would get for that is one full-time staff and one part-time staff member. That this supports would be able to create events across the community to make sure that we're working together on identifying priority needs, having that data-driven planning in place, the high-impact marketing, communications and public relations campaigns, and really supporting those partnerships with BC Housing and Housing Infrastructure Canada to attract future investment. I think that that's a key area. The funding piece and working with those provincial and federal partners is essential in making sure we build a system of care that meets the needs of the region. And thank you for listening.
Okay, well, thanks for the presentation. Any questions? I think the discussion on the funding will have to come at a later date, but any questions on this specifically? Director Coyne?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we get a copy of the slides so we can, I didn't take pictures of them.
Okay, I'm sure they can send that to our staff and get that out. Not seeing any questions right now, so thank you very much again for the presentation, and we'll discuss that funding request at a later date, I'm sure.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right. I think we're at a stage here. I'm going to just check with the CAO. Should we, the last delegation is in the camera session and they need to start at 10:30. Is that correct? So we will bump the agenda. Item I then will come up now, and it's a closed session that in accordance with section 91A, C, and 2B of the Community Charter, the board closed the meeting to the public on the basis of personal information about an identifiable individual who holds or is being considered for a position as an officer, employee, or agent of the municipality or another position appointed by the municipality labor relations, or other employee relations, and the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to negotiations between the municipality and the provincial government or the federal government or both, or between a provincial government or federal government or both and a third party. So looking for a motion to go in camera. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. I'll give Adam a moment to.
I'll call this meeting of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District to order at 12:30 PM and look for a motion to adopt the agenda as circulated. Moved and second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. We've got some minutes that the April 17th, 2025 minutes of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District Board be adopted. Moved. Second. I saw a hand. Any further discussion on those minutes? I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed, motion is carried. Have a short closed session. Recommendation is that in accordance with section 92B of the community charter, the board close the meeting to the public on the basis of the consideration of information received and held in confidence related to negotiations between the municipality and a provincial government or the federal government or both, or between a provincial government or federal government or both and a third party. Motion to close. Moved. Second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
Jeremy is being
Jim, should we maybe do the?
I think that, I would recommend that, and then, 'cause that's not going to take a lot of time.
Okay, if we could get everybody back to their seats, we will get started again here. We'll reconvene the regular board meeting and deal with the planning issues, and then we'll recess and go into the committee meetings. So I think that's where we're going to go. That should probably be dealt with. That's the planning issues, is like C and D, those items on C and D. So we'll reconvene. I think we've got a quorum. Yes, we do. Item C1 is a bylaw or building bylaw infraction in Area A, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report is to seek direction from the Regional District Board regarding enforcement against the property owner of 1001 Bull Moose Drive, which is in electoral area A. And it's regarding the placement of structure within a building, without a building permit. And the recommended motion is that Section 302, the notice of title pursuant to Section 302 of the Local Government Act and Section 57 of the Community Charter made applicable to the Regional District under Section 302 of the LGA be filed against the title of land described as Lot 7, Plan KAP 84765, that certain works have been undertaken on the lands contrary to the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen Bylaw 2805-2018. Staff's here to answer questions you may have.
Okay, generally we ask at this time if their applicant is in the room or online, if they wanted to address the board. You seeing anybody on your screen, Adam? If there's someone online from 1001 Bull Moose Way? I don't have a name. If they could put their hand up, otherwise we're going to move on. I would ask that someone move the recommended motion. Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, this is a corporate vote, so all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to section D1, development variance in Area E, CAO.
Thank you. This application is seeking a variance to the front parcel line setback that applies to the subject property in order to undertake an addition of a carport to the existing principal dwelling. And the recommended staff motion is that development variance permit number E2 2025 to allow the construction of a carport at 2401 Workman Place be denied, and staff is here to answer your questions.
Okay, I'll go to Director Federico.
Thank you, the chair. I'll move the alternative recommendation to approve, please.
Okay, you're moving to approve. It's seconded. Any discussion on that? Director Monteith, you've got a question?
Yeah, through the chair, I'd like to hear why from the director.
Director Federico.
Yeah, thank you, the chair. This went to the APC and they had an extensive conversation regarding it, and there was support from them. This house is at the very end of a cul-de-sac with very minimal opportunity for further growth and development. So just listening to comments about it, there was suggestion to approve.
Okay. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. This is a rural vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to D2, Area I Development Variance, CAO.
Thank you. This application is seeking a variance to the front and rear parcel line setback that applies to the subject property in order to undertake the construction of a duplex dwelling. And the recommended motion is that development variance permit I 2025.005 to allow the construction of a principal use of the form of a duplex dwelling at 177 Clearview Crescent be approved.
And I'll go to Director Monteith.
Thank you. I'd like to make the administrative recommendation.
You're moving it. Is there a seconder? Thank you. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Not seeing any hands. Call the question. Rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. D3, Agricultural Land Commission referral in Area C, CAO.
Thank you. An application has been submitted to the ALC under Section 20 of the Agricultural Land Commission Act and referred to the Regional District in order to allow for the development of a solar energy system as non-farm use within the Agricultural Land Reserve. And the recommended motion is that the RDOS Board authorize the application to allow a solar energy system as non-farm use on the parcel located at 4153 Ryegrass Road. To proceed to the Agricultural Land Commission. Staff's here to answer questions.
And I'll go to Director Chahal. Direction on this one?
Yeah, through the chair, I would like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, moved, seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion on this? Director Coyne Sr., go ahead.
This is just curiosity, but how big is this solar energy system?
Not sure if staff can maybe answer the size of the system. That's the property, I think, but I'm not sure of this. Is that
It was going to take up 33% of the property, I believe.
33%?
Something like that.
Shaking their head. So a third of that 14 roughly, 5-ish acres. Okay. Significant.
Because people can't hear.
Anything further? Director Bush.
I'd like to know what can you grow underneath this? Are they growing grapes or?
Potatoes. Not sure.
Potatoes?
Yep.
Okay.
It's there.
I'm all in favor of potatoes.
All right. Seeing no other questions, no, this one's corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. D4, another ALC referral in Area C, CAO.
Thank you. An application to the ALC under Section 20 of the Agricultural Land Commission has been lodged with the regional district in order to allow for a non-farm use in the ALR. And the recommended motion is that the RDOS board not authorize application for non-adhesive residential use, farm use, and for 5526 Primrose Lane to proceed to the Agricultural Land Commission.
And again, I'll go to Director Chahal.
Yeah, our APC at its April 15th meeting recommended that this non-farm use be approved, and I agree with them. So I'd like to make I would like to make the alternate motion to authorize the application.
Okay, so you're moving to authorize. It's seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion on that? Director Taylor.
Can we hear some additional thought, rationale as to why you're
Supporting
recommending
it?
counter to staff recommendation, please?
Director Chahal?
Yeah, no problem. So their local fruit packer, they've expanded their operation. And what's happened is they do have other rental properties and on farms. But the issue is the seasonal agricultural workers that they bring in, they're only working for about 8 weeks. So for us to, well, we can't even enforce it, but for us to recommend to them to kick out, members of our community so we can house temporary foreign workers for 8 weeks, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me when they have this building that's already pre-made for that exact reason, right?
Okay. Anything further, Director Monteith?
Through the chair, does it meet BC building code for being occupancy?
Director Bloomfield?
Yeah, to answer that, temporary workers accommodation is governed by federal jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Not as foreign workers. There's temporary foreign workers. Is this temporary? This is temporary farm worker housing. Oh, it's different. Okay.
Slightly different, yeah, but it would have to meet that in order to pass, but I'm not sure who does the inspections on that. Staff?
I don't think we would have, through the chair, I don't think we would have an answer to that at this time, simply because this application is just dealing with the use. Whether that application can proceed to the commission. After that, that would start a chain of other approvals with the regional district, starting with bylaw amendment, and then assuming that continues to go forward, that's when we'd get to building code issues.
Okay, any further discussion? Director Roberts?
Thank you. And it's one of those issues that arise. I know in Area G, we've got a lot of places that have been stated that they're there for temporary workers, but they're all long-term rentals. And just as Director Charles was stating, it's a challenge because it's like, this is against the rule. We didn't really want to have them on farmland. We don't want that. But right now, that's the lowest rental that we, the ability for a lot of our people that service in the restaurants and all that live in those accommodations. So it's a really, I think it's really something that has to be a part of that discussion moving forward in regards to housing and working with the ALC, because, we're running at odds with those that can't afford to live anywhere else other than these particular facilities that are on land that they're really not supposed to be on. So, yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Director Federico?
Thank you, through the chair. Just kind of browsing through this. So if the ALC is in favor of it, is this going to be a temporary use permit to the RD that they can only be in it during growing season, or is it going to be open then that people can live in this all year?
I suspect that would be yet to be determined, but I'll go to staff.
Through the chair. So when these applications go to the commission, the regional district will generally flag any additional approvals that are required should the ALC approve the file. So I believe at the end of the report, there's an indication that a zoning bylaw amendment would be required to accommodate the proposed use.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands, corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. D5, official community plan, Heritage Hills and Vintage Views. CAO.
Thank you. It is being proposed to amend the electoral area D official community plan bylaw and Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw 2800 2022 in order to facilitate a formal extension granted by the province to the regional district in relation to the statutory requirement for small-scale multi-unit housing. And the recommended staff motion is that the Electoral Area D Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw 2603.27, 2025, and the Okanagan Valley Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2800.43, 2025 be read a first and second time and proceed to public hearing, and that the Board of Directors consider the process as outlined in this report from the Chief Administrative Officer dated May 8th, 2025, to be appropriate consultation for the purpose of Section 475 of the Local Government Act, and that in accordance with Section 477 of the Local Government Act, the Board of Directors has considered Amendment Bylaw 2603, 20.27, 2025 in conjunction with a financial and applicable waste management plan, and that the holding of a public hearing be scheduled for the Regional District meeting of June 5th, 2025, and that staff be given notice to the public hearing in accordance with a requirement of the Local Government Act. You got staff members here to answer questions.
Director Taylor, direction on this.
Actually, I've got a question for staff.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to know how or if the regional district will be bringing this area back into compliance with SHMU. Will that be automatic? Will you be monitoring it to bring it back so that these people who want to have a mortgage helper can have that opportunity at some point?
Staff.
Through the chair, yes, so we would be monitoring the progress of the infrastructure upgrades associated with the two systems to determine when we can come forward again with the amendment bylaws to essentially reenact what is now the current zoning, so essentially to roll back the zoning amendments that are being considered today. So essentially, once we get to a point where it can be confirmed that capacity is there for those systems, staff anticipate bringing forward those amendment bylaws for further consideration again.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Taylor.
Yeah, I'll move the staff recommendation then. Thank you.
You're moving it, seconded. It's on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands, again, this one's a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. D6, zoning bylaw amendment in Area C, CAO.
This application is seeking to amend the zoning of the subject property in order to allow for 10 agritourism accommodation sleeping units, with the recommendation being that the Okanagan Valley Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2800.49, 2025 be adopted.
Director Chahal.
I would like to move the administrative recommendation that the Okanagan Valley zoning amendment be adopted.
You're moving it. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you. Any discussion on this? Not seeing any hands. Again, rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. And I think we better recess there and move into the committee meetings, because we do have one later in here that has a delegation, I believe, but that brings us to planning and development, and we're going to have Director Federico chair this one.
Okay. I'd like to call the Planning and Development Committee meeting to order at 12:59 and ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Perfect. Wonderful. We'll move on to item B, short-term rental accommodation review, and I will pass that to the CAO.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of this report is to outline proposed revisions to the policies and regulations to be applied to the short-term rental accommodations. This is more of a, I think, a second check. We all had meetings with you, and we just want to make sure that before we start finalizing the bylaws, we're interpreting it correctly. And so again, the administrative recommendation is that the following be notified for public feedback and brought forward for consideration of first reading at a forthcoming board meeting. That's official community plan, amendment bylaw 3099, Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw 2800.50, business license regulation amendment bylaw 31.01, and fees and charges amendment bylaw 3097.01. Staff's here to listen to you and answer any questions you may have. And there is a presentation.
Okay, so the only item on the agenda today is consideration of short-term rental review, and these are revisions to the bylaw amendments that were discussed after the April 3rd board meeting. So just a quick refresher on the current status of this project. This was last considered by the board on March 20th. There were a number of amendment bylaws which were deferred in order to allow for additional direction to be provided to staff and then implemented. That direction was then provided on April 3rd after the board meeting. A workshop was held with the electoral area directors to discuss proposed revisions to the amendment bylaws. And so I've just categorized the changes that have been made to the bylaw amendments sort of by category here. The list of requested revisions are also included as an attachment to the report on the agenda. So the first sort of category of changes all related to the intensity of short-term rental accommodation use. The first item isn't so much a change, but just noting that for electoral areas E and F, the proposed intensity of use was to remain the same at one short-term rental allowed per parcel, whereas the other participating electoral areas all requested that a maximum of 2 short-term rentals be permitted per parcel. So that's areas A, C, D, and I. There was a further request by electoral area D to allow a second dwelling unit on the property, so like a secondary suite or an accessory dwelling to be used exclusively for short-term rental accommodation use. So that would be up to 12 months of the year. This provision was applied to all of the electoral areas, just due to the nature of the proposed zoning provisions. Staff did feel that it made the most sense to address the underlying concern, which we understood to be essentially not regulating beyond what the province is currently allowing for with the Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act. And the next change was similar. This was not discussed at the workshop, but is sort of a spillover effect from allowing 2 per parcel, which was not previously contemplated in the previous version of these amendment bylaws. So the proposed change here is to not regulate a maximum number of short-term rentals in the medium density residential and town or village center designations. This is in recognition that those designations generally allow for multi-unit residential uses, so like apartment buildings, townhouses. And essentially this regulation would allow up to 1 short-term rental per dwelling unit, which is similar in nature to what's being allowed for with the other zoning provisions here. And then the last change that's in the amendment bylaws before you today related to intensity of use is to permit an aggregate occupancy of 2 persons per bedroom. So essentially a sliding scale. This is essentially the current standard that's in the temporary use permit policies in each of the electoral area OCPs.
Ben, sorry, do you want us to interject as you go along and ask questions, or do you want us to wait till the end?
I can take direction from the chair.
Okay. Director Monteith.
Thank you, through the chair. The allowed second dwelling unit to be used exclusively as a short-term rental, so it cannot be a long-term rental?
Through the chair, no. Essentially, the way that this specific provision is drafted is it just requires that there be 1 dwelling unit on a property that's used like long-term for residential use. So if there are additional accessory dwellings or secondary suites, it would be the property owner's choice. They could rent it out short-term, they could rent it out long-term. Really what it's saying is that the regional district is looking that there is at least 1 dwelling unit that's on those residential parcels that's being used for residential purposes. I'll just continue on to the next category of changes. So this is in relation to a principal residence requirement. So as the committee likely recalls, last year there was a request from electoral areas D, F, and I to formally opt in to the provincial short-term Rental Accommodation Act provision relating to short-term rentals occurring in a property owner's principal residence. And to reflect this, corresponding official community plan policies were introduced in those areas to reflect that this use would be occurring in property owners' principal residences. A request was made by electoral area E to also apply this official community plan policy. So it's not the provincial requirement, it's just a policy in that area's OCP, confirming that as a condition of issuing permits for short-term rental accommodations that staff will be reviewing for principal residence compliance.
Oop, we've got a question. Dr. Gilbert.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. Just what's the reasoning behind that? Like, why have one where you have 3 areas going to the provincial one, and then you then have this other one that's saying we want to be under the same provincial regulation, but not under the provincial regulation? Like, I feel like that's just creating more like bureaucracy and confusion for the public.
Steph.
Through the chair, I can't speak to the reasons for that specific provision, but I can explain how it would work. Is essentially it's something that staff would be confirming prior to issuing temporary use permits for short-term rental accommodations. It's not a provincial requirement. The provincial requirements relate mostly to listing of these platforms online, and that's where the bulk of the provincial enforcement is going to take place, tracking through those permit numbers and so on. This would enable, prior to the use even being permitted on a discretionary basis through the issuance of a permit, staff here at the regional district would be looking for that information. Okay, the next category of changes relates to short-term use of recreational vehicles. So a bit of background on this, the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw does currently allow owners in a number of zones that allow residential use to have one recreational vehicle belonging to a guest or visitor parked on the property and visiting the owner of the property to stay in temporary accommodations in an RV for 90 days between May and September. There was a request from electoral area I to not extend this allowance if there is a business license issued for a short-term rental on that same property. And similar to the changes I mentioned earlier, staff felt that the underlying motivation here justified this being applied to all the areas. So that is what's in the amendments before you today.
Ben, if I can jump in there. I don't agree with that for my area, and probably most of our areas that have larger agricultural parcels, because everyone loves the Okanagan and they want to come here. And if we're losing campgrounds and we're losing other spaces for people to stay, a lot of rural residents have the space to be able to accommodate that. And a lot of those guys aren't here for a very long time. So I'd prefer if Area E wasn't included in that. Director Coyne.
Maybe I just don't understand this. So if I have a vacation rental and it's occupied and my brother comes to visit me with his RVs and I'll let him stay in his RV?
Through the chair, yes, that's what the effect that regulation would have. The first point describes the current zoning regulation. The second bullet point summarizes the proposed change in the amendment bylaws on the agenda today. Okay, I'll continue on with the next category of changes. So the next category of changes all related to the licensing of short-term rentals. So there was a request for electoral area E to expand the business license requirement to other tourist accommodation uses. So the full list of those are included in the draft bylaw on the agenda. And for these uses, there is an amendment to apply a business license fee of $200. There was also an additional request that prior to the issuance of a business license for short-term rental accommodation uses, that the regional district would provide contact information for the property manager or local contact person to adjacent neighbors. This is similar to the current process for temporary use permit applications. And staff have confirmed that a provision will be added to the bylaw to allow for this, and that the prescribed radius will be 100 meters.
Director Gilbert.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. So I'm just to be clear here. So short-term rentals at if I own a house there and I did an STR, I'm not required to have a business license, correct? So what we're saying is we're making, so basically we're charging all the businesses $200 in Naramata with the business license, and then the person down the road that has a house with 4 rooms, no $200, and they're going to compete against hotels and motels, and they're not going to pay the $200 into the business license. Is that correct?
No, staff.
Through the chair, no. So the prior version of the amendment bylaw did specify a $500 business license fee for short-term rentals. This change would be in addition to that, but only for electoral area E. So there would be 2 different use classes that require a business license, and they would have 2 separate fees, $500 for the short-term rentals, $200 for the tourist accommodation.
Ben, can you speak to the $200 fee? Because like I appreciate it for our hotel, motel, agritourism, but then if we're looking at a temporary use permit for the vacant homes, then they're only paying $200 when they're likely going to be the cause of bylaw enforcement greater than our principal residents. So just, yeah.
Through the chair, so the $200 fee, staff landed on this. Essentially, the regional district currently charges, I believe, a $250 fee for health and safety inspections, which is included in that fee for the short-term rentals. The regional district does not have experience doing any similar kind of inspection for tourist accommodation uses, other than, say, for a building permit like final occupancy, but that's all dealt with under the building code. Most of these tourist accommodation uses in Naramata are generally older buildings like the Naramata Inn. And so staff did not see much merit at this point in applying an additional inspection for those uses. So essentially, it's subtracting out that $250 health and safety inspection fee that's bundled in for the short-term rentals. Okay, in the next 2 slides, staff did consider 2 additional requests, but in reviewing the original draft amendment bylaws, felt that there were that these concerns were already addressed. So the first one related to being able to issue a single business license for 2 short-term rental uses on a single property. And in reviewing the draft amendment bylaw, staff did find that there is a provision that would allow, on a discretionary basis, to issue 1 license for any complementary business under a single license. And so essentially, this would allow for a secondary suite or an accessory dwelling on the same property as the principal dwelling to be all bundled together with 1 business license application. I will note, though, that this doesn't apply for properties where there is a multiple unit dwelling, such as an apartment building or a townhouse. Again, it's just generally in recognition that those will have different owners. And for that reason, they would require a separate business license for each unit that's undertaking a short-term rental. And the second request that staff felt was already adequately dealt with through the existing zoning bylaw was a request to introduce prohibitions on the conversion of dwelling units to unauthorized, essentially secondary suites, such as through the addition of doors or construction of walls or addition of a kitchen that might essentially convert that into a de facto dwelling unit. In reviewing the regional district zoning bylaw, staff did find that this is already regulated through a combination of zoning controls and the board's policy surrounding decommissioning a dwelling unit, which does include fairly prescriptive language where there is discovered a unit that has been converted, such as part of a bylaw enforcement complaint. And that policy outlines things like removing any stoves, 220-volt wiring, and so on, so that that area of a dwelling is brought back to what it would be allowed for under the zoning, which is essentially like a bedroom or another space within a single detached dwelling. And just a note then that this was, the last time this was reviewed was between 2019 and 2021. There were a number of different strategic projects undertaken for the residential zones. And this was in the build up to the consolidation of the Okanagan electoral area zoning bylaws for the consolidated Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw. And the next couple slides, I'm just going to touch on a bit of a process from start to finish for what happens when a tourist accommodation use comes through. Because I know that there were some questions about how this would work and what it would look like. So the policies in the OCPs do currently include language that speaks to proposals that don't comply with the zoning or OCP policies for a short-term rental accommodation. And it includes prescriptive language indicating that those uses would be considered tourist accommodation. And so because of that, if a property owner did want to undertake a use that falls into this category, a temporary use permit application would be required. And as the board is aware from previous discussions on this issue, there is an obligation under the Local Government Act for the Regional District Board to receive and consider applications from property owners seeking exemptions to their bylaws. And this would include a temporary use permit application where there is a request for a use that's not permitted in the zoning bylaw. And so I'm just wanting to flag that if property owners are submitting applications, examples that we've seen in the past are for structures that don't have kitchens and are wanting to host short-term rental of these structures on their property. These would still be considered tourist accommodation uses. They're not permitted in the relevant zoning, and a temporary use permit application would be required. And because of the existing structure of the official community plan policies that are being introduced with these amendments, the staff response is generally not going to be supportive of these uses, as has been the practice going back a number of years, but was never explicitly spelled out in the official community plan policies. These amendments are essentially just formalizing the practice that staff have been following. And the rationale for that is that the OCP policies speak to only allowing short-term rental use of dwellings, not other structures, not uses that are year-round other than the new addition for a secondary suite or accessory dwelling, and other things that are generally outside the scope of essentially just like a mortgage helper or other accessory short-term rental accommodation use on a property. Things that are expanding to the scope of being more intensive or year-round or dedicated tourist accommodation uses are generally going to be considered commercial in nature and would be directed to zones that would allow for that use. And so indicated on this slide that would generally be the mixed use or tourist commercial zones that do exist in each of these electoral areas. And so just next steps, wrapping up, if the board is satisfied with the proposed amendments on the agenda today, the next step would involve re-notifying, as there are statutory requirements under the Local Government Act for amendments to official community plan zoning bylaws and business license regulation bylaws. Essentially, this would just be a repeat of the forms of notification and consultation that were undertaken for the original amendment bylaws. And that would essentially be the forms of notice that are fairly typical of the regional district's land use projects. So that would include things like posting on the website, voint alert, holding a public information meeting, and in the case of the business license bylaw, publishing 2 consecutive notices in local newspapers. And with that, that's the end of my PowerPoint. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Director Pendergraph.
Yeah, I think I need to go back to that one slide where you were adding the no RVs when they have a building, or not a building, a business license. I think I'd prefer Area A wasn't included in that as well.
Perfect. Anyone else? I have a few more. Oh, Director Monteith.
Thank you, through the chair. Through the presentation, I was looking for wording or reference to Apex, and I don't see that. So where does Apex fit in? Knowing that a lot of their suites are exactly as you described. They're a suite with a punched out wall with another secondary spot. So if staff aren't going to support it, that's not going to work for Apex.
Through the chair, so in area I, the option was to permit the use by zoning, which is what these amendment bylaws reflect. So there wouldn't be a temporary use permit application for these uses, but there would be a business license application. And in terms of a general workflow, when that type of application is submitted to the regional district, included in the staff review would be a review against the relevant zoning for that area. And so if there are existing uses at Apex, I would flag that to the extent that there might be uses such as this at Apex, that they likely may not currently be permitted by the zoning bylaw, as the draft language does mirror historic zoning that the regional district has implemented at Apex, which speaks to only short-term renting dwelling units and not other structures that might be additions to dwelling units that were unauthorized or that converted the use of that dwelling in an unauthorized manner. So in those instances, that may result in deficiencies to the business license application that precludes staff from issuing the business license.
Follow up.
Thank you. As we're going through this process, would we not be wanting to update our language around Apex? Like in the OCP, it supports accommodation up there. The province identified them as not being part of the principal property owner's residence. So I feel like we do need to somehow work with Apex and make sure that this works for them, because I don't believe it will now.
Through the chair, so to the extent that there might be proposals coming forward that don't comply with the zoning bylaw, that might prompt the process that I outlined for tourist accommodation. If there are areas that are being rented in a dwelling that are not themselves a dwelling unit, that would generally be considered a tourist accommodation use, and it would, if the applicant wants to come forward, prompt a temporary use permit application. The general direction from staff based on the existing policy language would be to recommend against these proposals, but it is at the end of the day a discretionary approval. And if the board does consider that there is merit in such proposals, they could approve them.
Oh, Director Coyne Sr.
So I'm going to apologize in advance that I may not be nice with this. But yesterday we had a public meeting and I was whining at Ben about Area H still not getting anywhere towards working towards this, doing our vacation rental review. But man, oh man, after listening to all this stuff today, I don't know if we want that. This is getting so overly complicated, and we're taking people's basic rights to have their company come and visit them away because they're going to stay in a RV on their property because they have another business on their property. Like, man, oh man, we're, as Spencer mentioned earlier, we're making bylaws to make more bylaws, for Pete's sakes. Like, kind of got to step back and give your head a shake of kind of how regulated we want to be. This is getting out of control, folks. Anyways, that's all I got to say.
Director Taylor.
Yeah, could we go back to the slide with the RV thing on it? Because I've missed that. So the second bullet, that applies to area I, or it applies to all areas?
Through the chair, the draft amendment bylaws on the agenda contemplate applying that provision to all of the electoral areas in the Okanagan Valley.
Ah. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to think on that one. Question 2, what is the fee that we are charging for short-term rentals then? The business license fee?
Through the chair, that's $500.
Okay. And last, in reference to 711.4, it's being proposed in some areas that the owner would be on site.
Through the chair, that is correct. And the reason for that is that some of the participating electoral areas wanted to retain the historic distinction between a bed and breakfast use and a vacation rental use. These draft bylaws contemplate merging those two uses. But the only distinction between those two uses currently is whether the owner and operator of the short-term rental is on site or not. And so that has been retained as a standalone provision for those areas that wanted to retain that regulation.
So they would not be able to have any short-term rental activity if they're not there?
Through the chair, they wouldn't be permitted to undertake that use as of right by the zoning, but they would be redirected to a short-term rental permit application, which is essentially a streamlined temporary use permit application, which was the direction that those participating electoral areas wish to pursue for their areas.
Right. Last question. 711.5, we're still requiring compliance with the ALR. And I guess that seems to be the only piece of legislation that we're identifying that these guys have to comply with. And I'm struggling. I don't know if I'm hard of learning, I guess. I don't understand why.
Through the chair, the intent of that regulation is not to foil short-term rental accommodation applications. It's simply saying that in recognition that the Agricultural Land Commission has regulations that may be more stringent than the regional districts, if the Agricultural Land Commission wished to approve these uses, it wouldn't trigger any subsequent applications with the regional district. So that regulation is an intent to speed up the approval process should there be provincial support from the commission. It's not to add an additional regulatory requirement.
Director Montes.
Through the chair, Director Coyne, I agree with you. I have no intent of taking away people's rights to have guests in RVs. My concern is with having 2 vacation rentals on a property owner not there because they're not in the home, and now you have 3 or 4 RVs on the property. Now you have 5 vacation rentals on the property, and that's what's happening in Cleveland. So that's my concern. So maybe the language, and maybe I wasn't clear in the workshop. I guess the direction I was hoping for was that while the vacation rental is in use, that there is not an additional RV on the property. If the property owner is there, of course I want them to have their family come and visit, all that great stuff, but I don't want to have 2 vacation rentals with RVs on the property at the same time. That's my concern.
Director Gittins.
Thank you to the chair. I can feel that there was kind of getting frustrated. And I think it's complicated because we're trying to make a bylaw work in so many different areas with so many different pressures. And the bylaw is just a limited black and white document. And there's just that fluidity that we have throughout the region. So I hear that. I just wanted to confirm with the RVs, but I think that we might be changing that now. But because Area F doesn't have business licenses, then that wouldn't matter anyway. So okay, that's all I wanted to see. Thanks.
Director Coyne Senior, or Junior rather. A request for Area E is to have a public information meeting held in the community. We've got quite a few changes coming that I anticipate need further explanation to the community, please. Oh, Director Gettins.
So how does, just as maybe, it might be a question to the CAO, I'm not sure, Chair, but if there's a request for an additional meeting like that, is that something that we need to look at the tracker around for capacity too? And then I'm just going to back this question up just a little bit more by saying, like, I think that for Area F, we went in this just as a one-year pilot, knowing that there'll be changes because we're going to not be able to anticipate everything that's not going to work. So I think too, if we just take that lens that it's a pilot, and we know it's not going to be perfect, and then we can make some changes. But that's how I'm approaching with Area F. But I just want to check on that, because if we do that and then we have Director Coyne still waiting for something that he hasn't gotten, then he's covered, how are we going to make that request possible?
CAO.
Thank you, Chair. So it's all about capacity, you're correct. It's going to depend how many of you want these public meetings, and we'd have to go back and look how much time it's going to take and how many meetings are going to be required in each area. So we have to go back and look at the capacity box. That's the reason we're doing that tracker. So we will come back at the next meeting with some recommendations.
Okay, so just as a follow-up, Area F doesn't, we don't need any, like, we're good to proceed with what we're doing here, so.
Oop, Director Taylor.
Yeah, I'll pull out of the RV thing.
Director Monteith.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd like to have some changes to the language, but I definitely want the intent that people can still have RVs on their property, have guests, but when they have vacation rental in action, that they don't have 2 vacation rentals and an RV on the property, all vacation rental. So I don't know what that has to be changed in the bylaw to make that work, but that's sort of my wish.
Director Roberts.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. So I'm assuming that the disconnect in communication here is an RV that is being rented out versus an RV with Bob, my cousin, visiting.
Any additional questions before we make a motion to adjourn? Nope. Would anyone like to make the recommended motion or an adjustment? Oh, Director Pendergraph, do I have a seconder for that? Perfect. Director Gilbert. Any more discussion on that? All in favor? Anyone opposed? Ooh, motion carries. All right. Now I can call for a motion to adjourn. Perfect. Seconder on that one. Any opposition to that? Perfect. And we're adjourned.
Thank you, Director Federico. We move into Environment and Infrastructure, and that goes to Director Taylor. You're up, Director Taylor.
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting of the Environment and Infrastructure Committee to order at 1:30. And I'll ask for a motion to adopt the agenda as circulated. Made, seconded. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, carried. Okay, first up is Mosquito Control Program 2024 season summary, and I'll look to the CAO for a description, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is in regards to a season summary for the Board of Directors for the 2024 activities within the Mosquito Control Program, and I'll refer this back to staff to make the presentation.
So, good afternoon. Before I start my presentation, I did want to just highlight some items that I brought in to pass around for the board to have a look at. We have a couple of sample jars with various stages of mosquito larvae in here, and we actually have some that have hatched fully and are flying, so I would appreciate not opening the jars as they're passed around. And then we also just have a container with a sample of the pesticide that we use within the program itself for you to have a look at. Alrighty, so our... Hi.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to when did you pull the sample?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, okay.
Yeah.
not last year.
Nope, those were fresh yesterday. So there's various sizes in the two different jars, and those are the summer hatch mosquitoes versus an early season floodwater mosquito. We actually had some come from, the one with the smaller samples was from the Similkameen side. Our tech from Similkameen came and dropped those off, and then the jar with the flying mosquitoes were off the Okanagan side, south. Alrighty. So just a highlight of our program start last year. Monitoring began March 20th, and by the 27th, the first treatments were happening, and our first flight was May 16th. In the photos, you can see the graph. It's a little bit on the small side, I apologize. But we have the dark red line is the Similkameen snowpack levels between January and June. And then the green line is the Okanagan side. So you can see this variation in the snowpack. We had a little bit of a boost late May into June last year of snowpack on the Okanagan side, and then it dropped completely. And we were complete, our freshet was complete by the mid-June last year. Typically what we see early season is freshet floodwater dips are jam-packed and full of larvae. Summer ones tend to be a little bit lighter on the density, not quite as many. And what happens with the floodwater mosquitoes is any water that comes up is wetting soil that has sort of a seed bank in it, or an egg bank in it, I guess, of mosquito larvae or mosquito eggs. So once the soil is wet, you get like a really huge flush or a huge hatch of mosquitoes, which is why you end up with these large concentrated samples. So we had a really nice May last year, and then by the 15th of June, the snowpack was completely gone. And then we kind of struggled with the drought that was happening in 23 and definitely worked its way through 24 and still exists, or is still ongoing this year. So just a little bit of a description that goes along with the samples that we have. So you have the different stages of larvae that we're working with. We don't do anything with adult flying mosquitoes. So we're actively working, treatment is targeted for the third stage of larva development. That's the ideal stage that we want to apply the pesticide. That's the most useful way to treat the mosquitoes in the water bodies that we have. And then you can see in the photo on the right there, that sort of oval shape is a pupating mosquito that will hatch and fly off. So just a summary of the Similkameen side. So the Similkameen River, because it's an uncontrolled river system, it fluctuates quite a bit with any kind of rain event or during freshet, and it'll flush up really quickly and then drain right down again. So it did rise and fall quite slowly for last season, and that was a sharp contrast from the previous two seasons, where we had a really quick, strong freshet. Started in May, and the river levels shifted in a 1-week period from 1.75 meters in depth to 2.8 meters. So you get a really quick change in water levels on that side. And then we did follow through with 2 flights with the helicopter on the Similkameen side last year to manage the mosquito control. And then you can see in the photos there, it's the same site, and it just shows you how quickly the landscape can change. And also, you see some of those hazards that the staff are working around and through when they're delivering the pesticide to these water bodies. So on the Okanagan side, because it's a managed system with the dams and drop structures along there, the water is controlled a lot easier than on the Similkameen side, and it prevents some of the flooding that we see on the Similkameen. Based on the predictions for the spring and early summer precipitation, the lake level was lowered to allow for higher than normal snowpack, which we didn't end up seeing after all. And then by June 1st, the lake levels were 342, which is just below full pool. And those are kind of the details that our field crews track throughout the season to sort of keep an eye on how the seasons change throughout the program. So as far as our helicopter treatments are concerned, typically it's a 3 to 4 on average. flights per season. So this in 2024, we actually did 4 flights. It was a lighter season than the previous 2 years. So there was a significant cost savings on that last season. There we go. So some of the improvements that we made with the program for this season, or for this past season, was that we initiated a mid-season mail out. So what we were finding was that on properties in the South Okanagan, residents are dealing with increased property theft. So things changed a little bit. There was added fencing, gates were locked, and added security measures like guard dogs were implemented on a number of properties, which created a little bit of difficulty for staff. So we attempted to just communicate with known treatment sites to let people know that we were there and what we were doing, and ease some of their concerns. We were also invited as a team to participate in a national working group, which is quite exciting, to discuss mosquito control and disease monitoring across the country. And this is with academics and fellow mosquito control management people. It's a quarterly online meeting that just gave us an opportunity to share experience and data with programs in other jurisdictions. We also had the team assist staff with, or from the BC Centre of Disease Control. They were doing some trapping and monitoring in the South Okanagan this year, or this past year, sorry, to monitor for potential disease risk in the area. So we provided a little bit of input on where the best locations would be to collect reasonable and applicable samples that would cover the variety of mosquitoes that we see in the region. And then we've continued our larva sampling and identification program, which just helps us to develop our risk factor tracking related to species found in the region. So some of the challenges that we faced, I've mentioned a little bit. So we have concerns from the public that are kind of a consistent concern related to the impacts of the program and the products that we use on the water bodies. So with the sample that we passed around, what you see is it's actually a corn byproduct that we use, BTI. So it's a corn byproduct which is soaked in a bacterial solution and sealed with a food grade wax. And that wax is a water soluble wax. So when it hits a water body, it dissolves the coating and the bacteria is distributed in the water body. So it's a very commonly used environmental bacterial product that is targeted specifically for mosquitoes and biting black flies. So it's highly targeted and has very low impact on other species within the water body. I will also state that we only treat on stagnant water bodies. We don't apply pesticide to fish-bearing water. We don't apply to flowing water. It's against our permits with the province, so we don't work in those areas. We're looking at kind of the grossest, slimiest water bodies. That's what we're looking for to treat, because that's where the mosquitoes are living. And as you can see, bodies that's just a little frog on one of the dipping cups that they use to sample. So there's definitely wildlife there, and there's been some variation of mosquito control program within the region for the last 50 years. So there's, I think, a little bit in that showing that there's still biodiversity and our impacts are minimal. Flooding is obviously a concern. Floodwater mosquitoes lay their eggs on the ground, like I said earlier. And then once it does flood, you get these massive hatches that can overwhelm communities quite quickly. So that's when we call in the helicopters to help us out and get caught up. Some other challenges we faced is definitely safety. It's top of mind and high priority for our field staff. And from my perspective as a program supervisor, they face a lot of different things that, thank you, can create safety hazards. Everything from the health concerns related from tick bites to poison ivy. You have anxious owners with their dogs protecting their properties. You've got a whole lot of freshly excavated soils. And what happens when they get saturated, it almost turns into like a quicksand for them to wander around in. So they can get into trouble really quickly if they don't know how to identify that. And then the inevitable wildlife encounters that they have. So all kinds of, there's like a full range of concerns for sure. Site access is also something that's an ongoing issue for our staff. Ideally, what we'd like to see is a nice, easy access to the water body. That's not always going to be the case. We've found that there's tons of overgrown properties. In the middle photo here, you've got, that's actually a downed chain link, or not a chain link, barbed wire fence, sorry. So you've got kind of snaggled up barbed wire along the fence line there for them to walk through or crawl over while they're wearing their backpack blowers, so it gets a little tricky. So ideally, if there's a mowed path down to the water, that would be the easiest route for our staff to get to. Some of the misconceptions that we've come across, and these are kind of consistently year over year, that the mosquito population is damaging to bats and bird species in the region. And although they are a component of the diets for any of these species, they're definitely looking for larger food sources. Not the mosquitoes don't really hold a lot of nutritional value. There's not a lot there. So they do make up some of the diets, but not fully. And then again, our treatment sites are the stagnant low-lying areas, not freshwater sites that would generally attract species of concern. The final misconception was that we actually spray for mosquitoes, and it may just be a term that's misstated. We don't actually use sprays or fogs whatsoever. Those are used for treating adult flying mosquitoes, and we don't address that within our program. What we use is the BTI, which is that corn product like you've seen, and it only affects the larval stage of the mosquitoes. So it goes into that stagnant water, is released into the water. It's moved into the stomach flora of the mosquito larva, and it kills them that way. So it affects their internal systems, not so much flying mosquitoes at all. And what we're doing with our program is we're attempting to reduce the population of flying mosquitoes to a tolerable level that complies with environmental benefits and is cost effective. There wouldn't be a way for us to feasibly, economically eradicate the mosquito population within the region. It's not possible whatsoever. Our aim is only just to keep the mosquito numbers down, to improve the well-being for humans and animals in the region. And without the treatment, mosquito numbers would negatively impact anyone spending time outdoors, including livestock and pets, as well as an increased risk of disease commonly related to mosquito species. Climate change has had a definite effect on our program. Some of the milder winters we've had in the last few seasons has meant that the program's starting earlier in the spring and running longer into the fall. So our program is running longer each year. But less precipitation and drought conditions have definitely made it a lot harder for staff to find these kind of concentrated pockets of water on properties. And the staff have been really great at responding to these challenges with continued surveillance, keeping updated on new science findings. They're both very excited about trying new things and developing the program to sort of make it more robust. And they're selecting appropriate treatment methods. So finally, I just wanted to say a huge, huge thank you to our staff. So Cindy has been with us for 11 seasons now, and she's back again this year, and we had Jack for 3 seasons, and we've started a new operator this year to work with Cindy, and he is working out fantastically as well, but we wanted to say a huge thank you to those two because they are outstanding frontline ambassadors. And that is all I have. If there's any questions?
Thank you to staff. Questions? Director Bush.
Yeah, thanks, Shelley. In area G, just north of Olalla, I think Nature's Trust bought like some swampland there. Will they allow us to do your program on that land?
Is that the Ginties?
No, north of Olalla. Used to be by the Wild Boar Ranch.
I would have to double check the property. Generally not with Nature's Trust unless it's like confirmed to directly negatively impact a human population is what
Well, I'm sure it would, so maybe
Yeah.
we could look into that.
Yeah, I can double check. I'm not sure about that specific property.
Maybe check with Tim, you know where I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'd like to just say thanks for the presentation. I learned something different than the last year, and congratulations on being appointed to that national working group. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that takes us to the next item, Wildsafe BC RDOS 2024 program summary. And I'll defer to the CAO for.
Sorry, is there a presentation? So this is, as the chair just stated, it's a 2024 program summary for Wildsafe. Staff does have a presentation. Shelley, may I turn that over to you?
Thank you. So our 2024 Wildsafe BC program. So we changed things up a little bit last year due to capacity concerns. It wasn't available to do as much outreach as what we liked. So we turned the program back to the provincial organization and hired a community coordinator, Valerie Maida, who ran the program for us last year. We sort of tag teamed a little bit, so I did some of the early season work. And then once she was up and trained and running, she took over the program until October. So this is kind of a summary of the combination of what we did in 2024. Just a quick outline of the program or overview of the program. The Wildsafe BC program is a provincial wildlife education and human-wildlife conflict reduction program. So it was formerly called the Bear Aware program and then was expanded to cover other species. So they changed it to Wildsafe to allow for that expanse of different species that were also causing conflicts in the region or in the province, I guess, sorry. And what we do is coordinate and collaborate with Provincial Conservation Officer Service and community coordinators across the province to deliver this education to the public. So some of the activities that occurred last year. So we do youth education, community events. We do garbage audits. There's bear spray safe deployment training, community engagement, and collaborative activities with partner organizations. So under the youth education, classroom presentations and outdoor activities, teach kids how to spot signs of wildlife, how to avoid conflict and what to do if they do come in conflict with wildlife. And there's a strong focus on that with black bears just because they're so commonly found across the region. So in 2024, there were 10 classroom presentations that reached over 300 kids across the region. Some of the events that we participated in for information booths and safety presentations in the past year was the Penticton Home Show. We always go up to Anarchist Mountain and do the wildlife group event up there. The Summerland Research Station, and they actually have a satellite system or a satellite program in Oliver, which we've started working with as well. Excuse me, Egger Lake Wildlife Safety Presentation. We work closely with Oasis across the board and provide training for their summer cruise. Val reached out to the South Okanagan Immigrant Community Society and did some safety training for new immigrants in the region. And she also did the Brown Bag Lunch series at the Penticton Museum last year. And then we actually attended the Sorgo Open House, which is always a huge hit. So definitely had engagement with over 350 residents across the region last year. Garbage audits. So there were 7 audit events that occurred in 2024. They're a great way to remind residents that attractant management is everyone's responsibility and maintaining safety of the community is a group effort. So in 2024, 274 bins were identified as non-compliant in 4 collection zones. So significant improvements could be made there for sure. And we'll be working with bylaw, the bylaws that are in place for curbside collection and limits when garbage is being placed out for collection. So the bear spray training, so that's like a hands-on inert training available to community groups, organizations, and staff at the RDOS. So we work through with the park staff, landfill staff, and make sure that they're competent and comfortable with deploying bear spray if they need it while they're out in the field. It's an interactive session that discusses safety measures, when to use it, first aid and safe disposal, and then it's followed with a hands-on deployment for participants. And last year there was over 100 people that were trained in bear spray safety. Community engagement. So Val was very busy this past season with social media engagement. So she joined 13 new community group pages so that she could provide targeted messages to specific communities within the region that were experiencing higher volumes of issues with wildlife conflict. We shared through RDOS social media accounts as well, shared posts from the Wildsafe provincial page as well to share details of like fawning season posts. They do regular updates on different species throughout the season. So that was, our comms team was really great at sharing those through the RDOS social media. And then we also did the seasonal information releases related to things like the bears coming out of hibernation, fawning season, those kinds of things through our website. Her total reach over the social media platforms was just over 18,000 people. So the Bear Smart certification, this is a program that's been running for several years now. It involves community engagement to develop plans for residents to reduce bear conflict within their community. It's a multi-year process that results in a 5-year certification through Ministry of Environment. But due to staffing changes, there's currently no point of contact for the program. And Naramata's Bear Smart certification actually ended in 2024, so we'll be looking forward to addressing that this year. Some of the challenges that we faced were there was very high conflict levels for both deer and black bear across the region. There's a lot of new residents in the area that are unaware of the wildlife activity that we have here. And there's also the range of species that we're coming in conflict with is expanding. So we've seen, very commonly seen bobcat sightings and interactions. There's been more badger sightings. Moose and elk are definitely also becoming more active within the region. And then there's a bit of a concern with the resistance of residents to connect with the COS and their concerns are that it's going to result in wildlife being destroyed. And we're working on trying to clarify that messaging and encourage people to contact them early so that there is the opportunity to have options for wildlife management versus only having the choice to destroy because they're being notified too late in the process. Again, using that wrap line in high-risk areas is been tricky to convince residents to participate in. Availability, so I guess the capacity concerns that had limitations on our outreach activities across the region. The community coordinator program through the provincial program is hired in May and runs just through to October. So it's a very short season, but we're sort of missing opportunities with our program early season. Bears are fully active already, and we don't have a coordinator starting until the end of May, or that won't be trained and available until the end of May. So we've missed some chances there. Some of the successes that we've had, we have updated programming for elementary classroom presentations, outdoor activities and games that enhance learning. The relationship building with local media, nonprofit groups and community champions is awesome for local knowledge. And then the expanded social media presence resulted in greater reach. So looking forward to this coming year, the program has hired our new coordinator. Training starts either next week or the week after, so they'll be available by the end of May. And we're working with collection schedules through our solid waste program to make sure that there is less opportunity for wildlife to access attractants. And then we'll be collaborating with bylaw and solid waste staff, solid waste staff to reduce conflict. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I know we've got at least one question here. Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering for the public education portion, if there's any segment about how wildlife and agriculture can work together and you know, working with say the Fruit Growers Association or something like that. And the reason I ask, in our recent ag tour that we had, there was an orchardist in Summerland who was blaming blaming the District of Summerland, that saying ever since we fenced in our landfill, all the bears are now coming to the orchards where that used to go to the landfill. And I wonder if that's it, that potentially there is an issue there, because as we do protect our landfills, that the bears go elsewhere, and I think there is increased activity of bears in orchards in Summerland. So I don't know if you know that, is that something you've noticed as well? And mainly, I really think that there could be some public education opportunities there.
Ms. Fiorito?
I recognize that there's always other groups that we can work with. We're sort of spoilt for choice on how we address attractants in the region. There's endless possibilities. We do have, my predecessor created an wildlife and agriculture safety series of publications that are available on our website for specifically related to agriculturists. I can direct our coordinator this year, or suggest that may be something to look at, as is directing or approaching agriculture and doing some wildlife safety training on orchards. But it's I think it's a big project.
Okay. Director Coyne?
Yeah, so Princeton didn't opt into the program this year, so I'm wondering if you guys are going to look after Manning Park, Headley, and all the areas that Princeton was watching over last year.
Based on the budgeting and how the program is established, I didn't communication with the Princeton program. I didn't realize that it was not participating this year until after our budgets were set. So we have a limited budget. The struggle we had with addressing Princeton previously was the drive time to get there to do a presentation for a classroom or an event or something. So we have a coordinator that's driving an hour and a half each way to do an hour presentation, and we're limited in our budget, is the best that I can tell you. We will try, but it wasn't worked into our plan for this year, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's not for Princeton, it's for the surrounding area
Yeah.
that is in the regional district, so.
Thank you. Through the chair, as we're rolling out the new CART program, is that an opportunity to give some education to residents?
Thank you. Yes, definitely, especially regarding timings to put out your garbage and things like that. We are actually going to be talking about some of the curbside cart stuff at the next thing, but we are revamping all of the communication, education materials, and there'll be a lot of it going out with the new carts. So.
Any other questions? No? Seeing none, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll go on to the next presentation, which is the 2025 update on curbside cart rollout. And again, I'll look to the CAO for an introduction.
And again, Chair, you are correct. 2025 update on the curbside rollout. Staff is here to answer questions. I don't believe that there's a PowerPoint. Staff, go ahead.
Your CAO's introduced you and allowed you to proceed.
Okay, well, I'll just say a couple of things. We've had an incredibly busy beginning of the year, rolling out getting prepared to roll out the curbside cart program. The staff have been insanely busy trying to assess all of the existing carts and make sure we had our final numbers for our cart supplier, IPL, who will be distributing those in June. So we just provided a little bit of information in the board report, how many carts we assessed, what we were looking for, and we've got Joni brought just an example of of the stickers that we stuck on the assessed carts. If you want to see those, we've got the serial number. Each one would have a serial number put on the assessed carts that were approved, as well as the RDOS logos. So when we assess the carts and approve the carts for use, the stickers would go on and they would become the property of the RDOS. And when they broke and required replacements, it's part of the program and we would replace it. Did I miss? No. Yeah. But yeah, so basically we were just want to just provide you an update and then get any questions that you guys may have regarding the curbside rollout and cart program.
I've got a question here, Director Roberts.
Thank you, through the chair. It's a bit of a question and a bit of a statement. I understand again that everybody's been very busy. I would hope that we could look at when we have an issue that is so important, so dramatically different from previous ways of dealing with things, that we would have had some sort of way, maybe emergency staffing or whatever. I've had nothing but concerned citizens, people that are on me about, we've been trying to get hold of the regional district, we've been trying to get our assessment done and email, and we haven't heard, and there's all this kind of confusion. And on top of that, I think not in regards to this department itself, but our communication policies when it comes to something so dramatically different. We all know human nature. The average time we throw out something for communication, how many people actually pick it up. When we got something that we just got to hammer it through, we got so many people that missed a deadline or are out of country, and then this is something that has a dramatic change on how a service is being provided. It's been a real, tough slog for staff, I assume. And as a elected official, my phone is nonstop, and the emails and the concerns about this. So I'm wondering whether or not there's some of these people that have fallen between the cracks or issues because of capacity and ability to get through to. Can we extend some of the, let's say, the limits or the expiry date for them to have certain things done? I know one particular group that had been trying to get a hold since March and sending emails and being told that people are busy, and then the email with the deadline came on the Friday for the deadline on the Monday to make a decision. So there's a lot of frustration out there, and it's just kind of, how do we, when we have something that's so dramatically changing and affects our capacity of our normal day-to-day operations, do we pull in, and how can we pull in staff, kind of like it's like an EOC situation. It's an emergency because it's so new and so much has to be done. And I'm assuming some people have to do it all by themselves, a lot of it. So again, so statements and questions all kind of wrapped up in one. Thank you.
Okay, to staff or the CAO?
Yeah, I can speak a bit to that. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we've had three staff members almost pretty well dedicated to the cart rollout. We did bring in a casual to help us out quite a bit with the phone calls. I know they have listening to the phone. I hear them on the phone a lot. So they are reaching out and getting a hold of the people. I can't speak exactly to the specific instance for that one, but I know that that all of the responses have been, they've tried to get out as quickly as they could. Do you have anything to add to that, Joni? Or no? Yeah. Yeah, I know that the three of them definitely are reaching out, contacting them a lot. The assessment deadline, we did extend it out by several months. We did accommodate several more, as many as we could in the time that we had available to go out and assess the carts. The reason that we have cut it off now is because we have to give the final numbers in to the supplier. And we have to give them the distribution list. So basically, these are the carts that you delivered to this specific address. So we're not able to change that now. If people do have carts right now that they've been using that they think they could have had assessed, they can keep them and use them for the unlimited yard waste events. So those can still be used for that. The contractor confirmed that it doesn't all have to be in paper bags. They can use those existing carts they have now. So they're not a total, waste of having them. So, but I'm trying to think what was the next question. Changing the date. Yeah, we're not able to extend it more at this point because we can't change what's going to be delivered now.
Follow up on that?
To the CAO, any further follow-up?
I would ask if she is correct that we could change the date, but once they're delivered, if there's going to be some people changing their minds or don't have the right cart, we can look at accommodating them at a later date. And I see some heads nodding.
Yes, we can look at it after. Any more changes can't be done until after the carts have been rolled out now. So.
Okay, thank you. You
Just
have a follow-up,
yeah,
Director Roberts?
Because these are things where, especially in one specific one, where the individual property owners brought out their bins for the inspection, and then because the inspections were so behind, they had to pull them back in. Then they tried to maintain conversation with when to do it again, and it started in March 25, and it wasn't until a week ago or whatever, Friday, that they were sent that you have to make a decision in regards to A, B, or C by Monday. And they said, well, how we can make that? So these are people that had actually are trying to fit within there and had set times to have their bins assessed. So I'm just saying that we know that it was a capacity issue. We understand that it was really difficult, but we do have people that have fallen between the cracks and who have gone out of their way to try to make it work.
Okay. Noted. To the CAO?
I do want to say the staff did phenomenal work for the time frame that they had, and I'm very proud of the team that I work with. Yes, some are going to fall through the cracks for whatever reason, but I think they did exceptional work, and I don't think anybody else could have done any better.
Okay, thank you. Any further, Director Holmes?
Just once July 1st rolls around and they start collecting, one thing in Summerland, we experienced one of the teething things right off the bat was a lot of people, myself included, put their carts too close together. And so you really have to make it clear that 1 meter apart thing, because that was I think a big thing when we first started. People were just putting their carts right next to each other. So
Thank
heads
you.
up on that.
Okay, last call for questions. Seeing none, thank you to staff. I think that's the end of our agenda, so I'll call for a motion to adjourn. Made, seconded, all those in favor? Yep, thank you, that's carried. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Taylor. And we go to Community Services, Director Monteith. That's over to you.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd like to call for the meeting to order at 2:14 and ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. First, second, all in favor, thank you. First item and only item on the agenda is the RDOS Climate Action and Sustainability Update, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. And this is, as stated, it's an update. The purpose of this administration report is to update the board of the RDOS Sustainability and Climate Action Projects and the work being undertaken across the South Okanagan and Similkameen region, and staff's here with a presentation and answer your questions.
Thank you. Staff?
Good afternoon. I do appreciate the opportunity to present to the board to update you on projects being undertaken in the RDOS and the area of climate action and sustainability. Now into my second year as Sustainability Manager for the RDOS, I'd like to share updates on the projects being undertaken by our small but mighty sustainability team. Our approach has been to work within funding constraints to deliver strategic that offer the best impact in terms of climate resiliency and energy efficiency for the region, and help meet the RDOS's commitment as signatories of the BC Climate Action Charter. The most visible of our projects is our electric vehicle charging infrastructure project. Staff have been working diligently over the last year to coordinate the installation of electric vehicle chargers across the region to support RDOS fleet, RDOS residents and visitor electric vehicle charging. Work's at 90% complete, with 2 locations awaiting electrical service creation by Fortis BC to allow installation. At completion, this project will have created assets for the RDOS to allow transitioning our fleet to full electric or plug-in hybrid vehicles as they age and move out of the fleet. The chargers are generating revenue, as you can see here in the top of the slide, with public and fleet using chargers in Keremeus and OK Falls in particular. This will only increase as awareness grows and traffic increases over the summer. Most use and income has been coming from the level 3 charger in Keremeus, and we look forward to having the level 3 activated in OK Falls to see a similar result. Further to this, staff will continue working with finance to plan a sensible and sustainable fleet transition plan to allow full utilisation of these charging assets and return savings to the organisation and our community. Next on our work plan in the last 12 months is a flagship project that has been underway, with some valuable work being done in reviewing the energy efficiency of RDOS building assets. This smart renewables and electrification project is fully funded by Natural Resources Canada and has reviewed over 40 RDOS assets for energy efficiency and how to prepare the organisation for a net zero emissions pathway for 2050. The project will be completed in late June this year and will provide the RDOS with a proposed capital plan for assets to improve energy efficiency, save money and demonstrate to the community. The capital plan will also inform opportunities to access grant funding to offset capital cost where possible. Key deliverables for this project include a corporate energy and climate action plan and a framework for detailed building asset management, as well as feasibility studies into large-scale renewable generation and storage projects. The draft corporate energy and climate action plan estimates a reduction in energy consumption of over 2.5 million kilowatt hours per year if all energy conservation measures are implemented by the RDOS, which equates to over $400,000 saved per year in 2025 dollars. Noting that this wouldn't happen straight away, it would be a 20-year project to get that completed. Also shown here is the proposed emission and energy reduction pathway to 2050, noting emissions reductions will be facilitated by fuel switching, energy savings, and generation of energy from our assets. This is a guide and not prescriptive and follows an end-of-life replacement approach for major retrofits. One thing has been shown when it comes to energy efficiency upgrades, acting in an incremental manner is the most fiscally responsible approach, as costs can escalate the longer investments are deferred. Another exciting outcome from this project will be a feasibility study for large-scale renewable energy generation and storage projects. The RDOS has property holdings across the region which can facilitate the development of these projects. The feasibility studies will look at opportunities that can be developed with project partners, including large-scale solar and battery energy storage systems. Exploring how these projects could contribute to grid resiliency is part of this project. Some interesting opportunities have arisen during this section of the project, and I look forward to sharing more insights later this year. A more complete project update will be provided to the board once all the reports and findings are finalised and delivered. Our enduring partnership with the utility provider Fortis BC has just been renewed recently, with the funding agreement extended by another 3 years to continue to employ a community energy specialist for the RDOS. This partnership has allowed us to leverage our local government climate action program funding, showing the power of stacking funding from different sources. In the last year, this partnership has delivered some great outcomes for the organisation and the community, including the following projects. Development of a climate and energy hub website for RDOS residents, which will be launched very soon. We delivered 5 community workshops on how to build energy efficient homes within the RDOS. And we also acquired a second full electric fleet vehicle for the RDOS, which has been getting great use as a floater vehicle for the team. Further to this, we have developed a custom energy efficiency study for the Narramata water system. Work on that is nearly complete. We had the installation of new technology dual fuel rooftop units the building we sit in right now. And we're also investigating whether they have portability if there is a change in corporate facility location in the future. The team also supported the management of the projects that I've discussed previously. Further to this, we have attended and engaged with the community at Earth Day events, as well as continued to report to the province the RDOS's greenhouse gas emissions. On the recently updated work plan, an opportunity has been identified to develop an energy retrofit concierge program for residents of the RDOS, which will provide a hands-on support for accessing energy retrofit grant funding and other support for residents as they explore upgrading their households. The RDOS is collaborating with the City of Penticton on this project, and a detailed presentation to the board will be prepared later this year with recommendations on a proposed model. In November last year, we held a workshop to discuss regional collaboration for energy and climate action. The workshop was well attended with representatives from the RDOS, City of Penticton, Town of Oliver, Town of Vesuvius, Town of Princeton, Penticton Indian Band, as well as Fortis BC. This workshop held discussion on the incentives and rebates available in the region, as well as presentations on local case studies. A key outcome of this workshop was the commitment to explore the development of a regional energy and climate action working group to facilitate improved collaboration on projects and grant funding opportunities between the RDOS, First Nations and municipalities. The group has since met several times to discuss the terms of reference for the proposed working group, which are planned to be presented to the RDOS board and member councils in the coming months. This working group will bring representation from all communities in the Okanagan-Similkameen and bring a truly regional lens to the energy, sustainability and climate action work being undertaken now and into the future. Thank you for your time, patience, interest and hopefully questions.
Thank you for the presentation. So as a point of order, I don't believe I asked for a vote to accept the agenda. So should we go back and do that just to be formal? Okay. I asked for a first and a second, but we didn't actually vote on it. Yeah. So all in favor? Yeah. Any opposed? All right. Just so that is done properly. Thank you for the presentation. Is there any questions, directors? Mr. Roberts.
Thank you through the chair, and not to be tongue in cheek since we've got another presentation coming fairly quick. And when we talk about developing our own sustainable power sources, when we're looking at, in the heat of summer, the plans of Fortis to figure a trick mechanism to shut off our power, and that which affects our water, our ability fighting fires and other issues. And a lot of our rural communities that don't have a lot of infrastructure in place. Is there discussions with the relationship with Fortis? So for instance, backup systems, different things that we could get grants or funding through from them to make up or to be able to deal with the stopgap in dealing with those kinds of structural issues and shutdowns, which will greatly affect a rural part of our area.
Thank you. Through the chair, very, very high level, the projects that have been shortlisted for the detailed feasibility studies will look at battery energy storage and look at how that can add grid resiliency. Two of the projects are in the Similkameen Valley area and three are in the Okanagan Valley area. The hope would be to be able to see how that could allow some close to, say, energy independence. I don't know what that looks like. It really depends on the scale, but the opportunity to ensure that there is at least some dedicated supply being able to be shared with the community. So a lot more to be done in that area, but I'd like to see that would be an outcome of the projects if they were to materialise.
Director Holmes.
Thank you. So the proposed working group, would that be basically staff who would be populated at, would be members of the community, who would be members of the working group?
Through the chair, the proposed membership would be staff focused, and we'd be looking to have opportunity to bring in community champions as required, depending on the scale of it. The terms of reference focuses on representation from the members, so the RDOS municipalities and First Nations. But there is opportunity and scope to expand on that, depending on the uptake and agreement across the board.
And just follow up. And at the workshop in November, was the District of Summerland participating in that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Not mentioned in the report, but.
My oversight, apologies.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact numbers about usage per month, I think it was. And I think the highest number I saw was about 15 times per month. And I guess I'm just wondering, how does this grow? Because it seems minimal at the moment. Or maybe, what kind of numbers are you expecting to get?
Through the chair, referring to the EV charges usage, that snapshot there has been since operation. Many of them have only come online at the beginning of this year. We are starting to see uptake in the care and use locations, and that will continue to grow as we get more electric vehicles in our community, as well as awareness of those locations being suitable for dwelling times for the level 2s. So people are looking to park for a longer time, as well as people looking to charge faster at the level 3s. We will see a lot more. So you can see the snapshot there. That is only over the last 3 months of usage. So, and that's also in our, what we classify as our quieter months. As we move into summer, we're going to start to see a lot more visitors driving electric vehicles in the area. So you will see the uptake on the level 3s. Yeah, and that's data we can continue to update and report on.
And last chance for questions. Okay, seeing no more, thank you for the presentation. I'd like to call for a motion to adjourn this meeting. First, second, all in favor? Thank you. Over to the chair, please.
Thank you, Director. We'll start or reconvene the regular board meeting, and I believe we are back down to finance. What's that? I don't have them on here. Where? Protective services? Oh, that's why I don't have that one in front of me. Over to protective services, then I guess it is. We're missing an agenda.
No, I didn't have, I got two hospital board ones.
Oh. We'll hand him off one.
It's not scheduled till 2:45 though, so we do have time.
We do, but we're not going to get through ours, and they're here, so we can jump ahead, preferably. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you. I'd like to have a motion to accept the agenda for protective services starting at 2:28. Okay. A second or, yep, all in
favor?
Sorry, it was a stroke. Okay, so looks like we have a presentation. I'll just hand this over to the CAO. Thank you.
Thank you. So the purpose of this report is to outline the implications and considerations related to the FortisBC implementation of the Public Safety Power Shutoff Program. I see that there's 3 staff members here ready with the presentation. I'll turn that over to you, please.
So you just push the button there on the, there you go.
Great, thank you. Okay, slides up and running. Okay. Oh, here. Okay, thank you. Hey, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Haley Newmarch, and I'm from FortisBC. I'm the Community and Indigenous Relations Manager.
I'm Rob Maschuk, Project Manager.
I'm TM Sandalak, Manager for Emergency Management.
Thank you for having us today. We want to talk to you a little bit more about the wildfire safety initiatives that we are speaking about today at FortisBC. And I wanted to also acknowledge that we have come together on the unceded territory of the Syilx people, and I'll pass it over to Rob.
Okay, thank you for having us today. We're here to talk about our wildfire mitigation programs. We have multiple areas that we try to mitigate any wildfire activity action by contact with our electrical system. We run about 7,300 kilometers of transmission and distribution power lines. And as we all know, the South Okanagan boundary area, it can experience very hot, dry conditions, putting it at elevated risk of wildfire. So for our wildfire safety practices, we have several areas. We have our regular maintenance programs where we do annual line patrols, condition assessment, rehabilitation to ensure our system is operating at its most efficient manner and safe manner. But when we get into wildfire danger ratings, we also have two other programs, and that is recloser blocking, which is electric control of the circuits to trip the line off and keep it off when we have a contact on our line. That prevents incidental ignition by trees contacting our lines. The second method we use, it's the same thing, but it's called fast tripping, and it activates the protection settings quicker. So it's very low time frame to minimize the amount of energy released. The third program that we have is what we're here today to talk about, and that's the public safety power shutoff. So outages happen all sorts of scenarios, windstorms. We may turn the power off if there's a wildfire in the area at the request of emergency responders. If it is tripped off in this scenario with the lines down, we may also work in concert with them to turn the power back on to ensure pumps are still working. Once the fire has passed, we inspect equipment for damage and make repairs. So I said earlier that the third and final mitigation practice that we enable or are proposing to enable is a new precautionary measure where we proactively turn the power off during periods of extreme wildfire risk. So what we're looking at is very extreme fire weather index and very extreme wind events. We would only initiate a PSPS as a last resort, and we do work to limit scope, duration, and frequency of these events. We understand any power outage can be a significant problem, but communities prepare. We're providing advance notice where possible and providing updates throughout the outage process. So the extreme weather that could result in the PSPS, there's several factors: low humidity, high winds, high temperature, and dry vegetation. But it's not to say any one of these will cause a PSPS to be enabled. It's a combination of all those factors that culminate in a fire weather index. If you're not familiar with that, you can go to Wildfire Services BC, and they have an explanation on the Canadian wildfire rating system. The fire weather index is reliant on all four of those coming together at one time to come up with a high danger rating.
So as you can see on the map, there are several communities that we've highlighted there that would be, based on our assessment, most likely to experience a public safety power shutoff event. One of the things that I want to bring to everybody's attention in the room is that while we're still gathering some information and some statistics from a historical perspective, our sister utility in Alberta has already implemented this public safety power shutoff program. And they collected data that goes back 10 years. And based on the criteria that they have identified to influence their decision-making process around this type of event, they would have only invoked this last resort measure twice in the last decade. So when we're talking about likelihood, probability, and frequency of implementation of a PSPS event, we're anticipating that when we've fully fleshed out the criteria that we're going to be, that it would be similar outcome in terms of frequency. One of the other important things to contemplate with this as well is that in addition to the fire weather index and all of the other sources of information that we'll be utilizing in the decision-making process around this, there will also be a certain amount of discretion on our part that will be applied based on information that we gain over time relating to the specific areas and the potential impacts to the communities in those areas. So we would have to significantly weigh the risks of turning the power off versus leaving it on under these extreme weather conditions. So there's a slight amount of professional discretion involved there. So one of the things that we're working hard to do is to make sure that we're communicating with communities and regional districts to further encourage the regular preparedness activities that they all hopefully undertake. We're encouraging that 72-hour minimum time frame for people to look at building and boosting their own level of resilience and preparedness, which is consistent with what we see with emergency programs around the province, but also around Canada as well. So the phases of a public safety power shutoff event, this could take place over a protracted period of time, depending on what we're seeing from weather and other sources of information. But generally speaking, these are the steps that we'll take. If we, through our monitoring process, identify significant weather systems coming into play that could potentially cause a significant event, we will be on watch. And so all of the different various channels and departments within Fortis BC will be paying attention to these types of these bits of information and making preparations. A public safety power shutoff warning will be when we believe that the situation is either not improving or slightly worsening, at which point in time we will start our external outreach, utilizing all of the traditional methods of communication with external agencies and stakeholders, as well as leveraging the information call availability that we are able to utilize through Emergency Management Climate Readiness BC to get the information out to as wide an audience as we possibly can. When we reach the point at which the information is coming to us that it looks as though the situation is imminent and that we will have to make a decision, a go, no go on a public safety power shutoff activity, we'll be socializing that through a couple of different levels within our organization, and then finally making a recommendation to the senior leadership and executive in our organization to make that decision about whether we should or need to shut the power off. So that decision making process is still something that is under review. But once that decision is undertaken, we'll begin that process again of last minute notification and communicating that decision out as quickly and thoroughly as possible. Once that outage is begun, the intent is for us to continue to keep stakeholders and government at all levels informed of what the situation is, and then posting all of that information on our website, external facing website, and then that decision, once that weather event has passed, to start looking at re-energizing our system. We begin, well, the planning would have already begun for that as soon as the decision to implement the PSPS took place. But that once that restoration decision was actually undertaken, we would be to make preparations for that. And then once power is restored, we move back into that monitoring cycle like we do as a routine course of doing business, especially during wildfire season. So in the event that we do experience a PSPS requirement or implementation, what we're trying to communicate out is that there may be longer and more frequent power outages. Now, going back to the example of 2 in 10 years, we're hopeful that our historical look back is going to be similar. So as far as frequency goes, we're hoping that it's not going to be as much. But certainly, one of the challenges that we have with a public safety power shutoff is how we're going to restore our system. Typically, we like to get eyes on our infrastructure rather than assuming that there hasn't been anything that's blown down on the lines and whatnot. So where things will take a little bit longer time than normal will be because there's a larger geographical area across more varied terrain. And so we need to actually physically get eyes on to make sure that there's no branches or any other damage to the system prior to re-energization. We do that already, but typically it's once we've had an opportunity to survey damage to an area after a weather system has come through. In this, we're just confirming that there has been no damage to the system prior to re-energization. So again, very important to recognize that the public safety power shutoff event is that tool in the toolbox of absolute last resort. It's in all of our collective best interest to make sure that we keep that power on as long as we possibly can, as it remains safe for the public to do so. So again, back to the preparedness component. These outages can happen without notice. One thing that comes to mind for me is last year in the Bridesville area, there was a significant wind event that was a lot larger and powerful than we had expected. It resulted in a number of outages. We were fairly fortunate, given the time of year, that it didn't result in a wildfire start. However, if a storm comes in and takes out our power lines and infrastructure, our approach to this would be that the power will be off anyway as a result of damage to the system, let alone proactively taking down the power to prevent a wildfire start. So again, we're asking everybody to be contemplating at a bare minimum to be prepared to be without power for 72 hours or longer, and to view this as any other type of hazard preparation that they might undertake. And so we're typically pointing people towards the Prepared BC website, which is the provincial resource for emergency planning in the province, and in terms of consistency, but also encouraging people to be participating actively in the Fire Smart programming, which I'm sure all of you are aware helps people make sure that their properties and living areas are as resilient to wildfire as possible. So again, one of the things that we're looking towards for people to be doing is in terms of developing their emergency plans, their individual or family emergency plans, that they contemplate the things that they carry on what they're doing, whether it's their business in terms of continuity planning for resilience, looking at backup generation if possible, or making other arrangements to ensure that their fridges and deep freezes and air conditioners are still able to function, or at least if they have a place to go, pre-identified. And I just briefly covered that off.
Thank you, Tim. All right, we wanted to share with you and express the importance of registering as a vulnerable customer. If you or your family depends on power for medical needs, we really encourage you to share this number with your community members and your family, 1-866-436-7847. It's important for them to register as a critical vulnerable customer for medical needs for power. In the event of a PSPS event, our team will take additional steps to contact these vulnerable customers directly. And you can also add a backup person if we can't get a hold of the vulnerable customer with medical needs. You can register and have a backup person to be contacted on their behalf from our customer service department. We are hosting public information sessions for the PSPS new policy here. May 14th, we have one in Greenwood at the Greenwood Community Hall. So May 14th from 4 to 7 p.m. We're hosting another one on May 15th in Caramias at the Caramias Victory Hall from 4 to 7 p.m. We will also be hosting a virtual session for anyone that can't attend in person on May 22nd, virtual, and there's a link there, fortisbc.com/wildfire, so you can register, and we'll send you a link. It starts at 5 p.m. And we are working on one in Princeton right now, so looking at the date of May 26th. So we'll be sharing more information about that as soon as it's available. Okay, so you can register to sign up for PSPS notifications at fortisbc.com/wildfire safety. We also have, so that's our website, and you can register there for notifications. And we are also on formerly Twitter at FortisBC and other social media outage. We're on other social media platforms as well. Is everything. Completes the slide deck and our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Well, I know we have some questions. I've got a list here. I'm holding back my comments to the end. First off is Director Monteith.
Thank you, through the chair. I appreciate the presentation. It was really great. I wish it would have come before I started getting questions, because I kind of feel like I'm behind the game, because your information is definitely out to the communities, and people I know are definitely going to attend. I guess one of my questions about your presentation, you mentioned the area and comparable sister system. Does it also have very similar characteristics to the regional district with wildfires, flooding, wind? Is it Alberta, flatland? Is it similar to what we have in our area?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and I would say that obviously the terrain and the fire situation and risks associated with all of that is different. And so that's why we are undertaking our own studies and gathering our own information. And we're hopeful that we're going to come to the same conclusion, which is based on the criteria that we select to invoke the PSPS event, and compare that to historical data that we have related to a bunch of different things that are relevant to the area, that we would experience the same level of frequency and duration of those events. So, you know, we don't have that information just yet, but when we compare the frequency of those PSPS events from other utilities, we're not seeing that it's happening on a regular basis. They tend to be the exception versus the norm.
Oh, okay, so thank you. Next is Director Bush.
Thank you. So I have lots of questions, but I'll just limit them to two. Who decides if and when they're going to shut the power down? And like in Caramias, we have, I think, power coming from both ways. Can you keep power on one way or turn it off on the other way, or is that a possibility?
The process of determining if we are going to enact a PSPS event starts as early as possible. We'll be looking at 5-day out in forecasts. At 72 hours, we'll take a look at the conditions and say, there's a possibility, and that's when we'll activate our notification that TM had spoken about. The system in the rural areas is predominantly radial, so there's not a lot of opportunity to move circuits around. Caramias is one case where we can keep the town site on, but the outlying west of Caramias, the rural area, is fed off a different feeder.
Yeah, that's good to know, because we don't have water without power.
We can appreciate. Yes.
You know, we got to have water for fighting fires or whatever, especially in extreme hot conditions, right? But anyways, I'll let somebody else speak.
Okay, Director Coyne.
I'll start with an easy one first. So your public meetings, those are not actual town halls, are they? They're like an information session? Is that what you're doing?
The open houses, yes.
So Why aren't you doing them as a town hall? There's going to be a lot of people coming and asking these questions, and I think it'd be better if they were a town hall so people can actually ask and hear, and they can all hear at the same time. There's a lot of emotion in our valley right now. As you can imagine, there's 10,000 plus people that are thinking all of August we're going to be without power because we're under an extreme heat most of August. And like Director Bush said, we're not going to have water. We're not going to have medical services. We're not going to have gasoline. Our refrigerators and our freezers are going to go down, and we're going to lose our food. We won't have a restaurant to go to. We won't have a grocery store to go to. Like, has any of this been taken into consideration? Our industries are going to shut down, and we're going to be without jobs during this time too. Like, has any of this been considered? Because none of this has been talked to with us about this at this level. And we are talking about having to evacuate hundreds, if not thousands of people because you guys are looking at turning off the power because it's hot out. I get that you guys are trying to minimize your risk and not get sued, but who's going to pay for the losses in our communities?
So the conditions that we're looking at, we would expect that the power would be going off regardless. What we're doing is we're using this as a last resort to turn the power off before that contact happens and creates a wildfire.
Follow up?
I know that's what you guys are saying, but our power doesn't go off because it gets hot. Our power is not going off because we have an extreme fire risk. Our power is not going off because there's a heat dome. And that's what you guys told me, that this is going to be wind event, extreme heat, and heat dome. Well, I'm sorry, that's not acceptable. When it's 40 plus degrees out, people are going to start dying because they don't have air conditioning. Like, this isn't, I get where you guys are coming from, I really do, but you also have to get where we're coming from. We have vulnerable individuals who are going to die because they don't have air conditioning. And if we can't get them evacuated, and because EMCR right now has not said that this is going to be a task-related incident because it's pre-planned, we don't know how this is going to play out. So does that mean that the 80-year-old lady who's sitting in her living room because she's got no power and we can't evacuate her, she's going to have to pay for a hotel in Penticton or Kelowna or somewhere else if she can get there on her own? I'm sorry, but this right now is not acceptable.
Next, Director Bloomfield.
Thank you. And I'm looking at your very basic map here, and it appears that the valley, the Okanagan Valley itself, is not in this area that you're talking about. But what about the main transmission lines that go, if they go through those areas? Does this affect main transmission lines, or is it just the feeder route, the lines?
What we did is we looked at our entire electrical system and engaged an industry expert firm to assess the risk using the provincial standard for RSWAP, which is identifying what our system, how it interfaces with wildland urban interface, critical infrastructure, populated areas, and topography and vegetation. So took all of that and came up with a risk factor that identified 10 feeder circuits, South Okanagan and boundary. Transmission lines have the benefit of typically a well-cleared right-of-way. A lot more maintenance is put into the transmission lines versus the distribution lines because a lot of the vegetation management that we do ends up being on private property. And we encounter some challenges in doing that. So that increases the risk factor on those distribution circuits.
So, excuse me, so it wouldn't have, when I look at the map, you know, we got the red area and we got the green area. And so the green area stays on, the red area goes out, is that it? Or does the whole area go out if some of the lines come through the red area?
It's 10 feeders, and the orange area is the area that would be affected by a potential power shutoff.
Very good. Okay, Director Holmes is next.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, could you basically explain to me how does a power line start a wildfire? And
And, wildfires and power lines have been around for a long time, even though wildfires aren't as common or maybe more common than they used to be. We've always had wildfires. So why are the precautionary power shutoffs a thing now when they never have been in the past?
The increase in frequency and scope of wildfires has increased dramatically in 20 years. I've been in the area 37 years, and they've grown in frequency. I've been evacuated myself 5 times. So the concern that we have is when vegetation makes contact with our line, there is a release of energy. And if the conditions, and it's not just temperature, it's that fire weather index that indicates that the fuels have been dried out to a point where the release of energy would ignite. And supporting that, the wind to fan that to turn it into a wildfire situation. We've seen it grow in intensity, the weather systems. So we're trying to be proactive, and in the interest of, we're saying public safety, we don't want to start a fire. We've been very lucky to this point.
Okay, so the only difference is that it's more frequent now than it used to be.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next is Director Fedrigo.
Thank you through the chair. I've got a lot to say on this too. I guess in this case, if a local state of emergency would be called by a local government, whether EMBC is going to actually pay for a lot of this, who's then determined as an essential service worker who needs to remain in town and on site if that's the case, and then who's going to pay for that? And how are they going to remain in their homes if they have no power and where they're at, they're unable to assist others? So not really looking for an answer to that one, but just putting that out there. Fortis has come in and decimated the trees within our internal communities. Like, it's awful the way that those trees have been decimated. And that there is then, so we don't start an electrical fire and that the trees aren't on the lines. Totally appreciate that. We have large milling companies who would love to log under your electrical lines way out in a remote area. So if there's a way to work with them to help, you do it in other areas. If we can work with them to mitigate some of that by logging around your lines way out in Timbuktu, then I think that would also help with this. Because again, you do it in inner city, you make sure that those are all okay. Why can't we be doing that remote? From there, then that should hopefully help mitigate things. And depending on where some of these lines are in a wooded area, sometimes having a fire out there might actually help regenerate the environment. It might not be too bad because they are so remote from where municipalities are. And there might actually be time for wildfire service and our local fire departments to create a tactical team that can go out into this remote area to tackle the wildfire before it even remotely gets into communities. So, it's tough for us to be sitting on this side and maybe just a bit more information on when the index is going to be called, because your 4 little circles there that indicated when, and as has been directed in the areas that you've targeted, that's all summer. So unless there's a better index on what that looks like, so that way residents know, that might be a bit more helpful. But other than this, it's already stressing that, they know in a wildfire, they're going to have to evacuate, they're going to have to go somewhere else. That's already stressful enough. And then you add this, we might be turning your power off and you have 24 hours to figure that out. You're just adding and compounding to that stress. And in these areas, half of them have already gone through PTSD, through flooding, and now you're adding even more to that. That is just compounding. So I don't know. I'm not sure where to go with this, but I think it needs to be thought out a little bit more. And I think it needs to be a little bit more, we're looking at life over profit. And I'm not sure that that's fair to say, but that at the moment is a little bit just how this proposal
Any specific
feels.
question? No. Okay, next up is Director Taylor.
Yeah, just curious about, in the event of a fire that is triggered by a tree falling down on one of your lines, what's your liability?
I'm not sure. We have not really been tested on that.
Okay.
So
but I would-
Wildfire Services BC would conduct an investigation, and if, certainly, I guess if we were found delinquent, then we would be fined.
I've been following the fires in the States and in other areas. Have your related company, companies like yours been found guilty and had to pay large sums of money?
So I can speak a little bit to that. So with respect to the public safety power shutoff, one of the important things to take into consideration is that this is not something that's unique to what FortisBC is doing. This is something that we saw come into play as a direct result of the campfires in Southern California about 10 years ago. And the California Public Utilities Commission at that point ordered the utilities in Southern California to develop these proactive public safety power shutoff programs from a wildfire mitigation perspective. So again, I don't know the ins and outs of how they manage their systems, but what we've seen from an industry standard is that those public safety power shutoff programs have been slowly moving north and east across North America. So if we look south of the border right now, there's a significant number of utility companies in Washington State that already have and do implement public safety power shutoff program, or they have public safety power shutoff programs already in place. The legal environment in the United States in terms of liability and all the rest of that stuff is vastly different than what we would experience here in Canada, obviously. But the rationale behind the public safety power shutoff program development is not dissimilar in that it ends up being that very, very last resort. That component about our fast tripping and reclose policy that we already have in play that's been utilized for years successfully by FortisBC has taken us this far. This is that simple additional tool in the toolbox that exists there. And I heard what the director said about the concerns related to the community and whatnot, but it's important to recognize that it's not going to be one of those particular events that's going to create a public safety power shutoff environment. It's going to be a combination of a number of different factors. So there's not going to be any arbitrary nature to undertaking with this extremely important and difficult decision to take the power down. So. Follow?
Yeah, okay, so thanks for the response. I think there's going to need to be a linkage between your PSPS and evacuation alerts and stuff like that. It's going to need to be significantly broader, it would seem to me.
CAO? If I may add, if you're going to be considering a PSPS activated, there may be a possible emergency operations center already activated. Are you considering including them? Because if there's going to be an evacuation, or the emergency operations center is going to have to be prepared for that. And if there isn't one, we would have to activate it. So is there a plan for that?
Yeah, so what we typically do at FortisBC is ahead of fire season, we typically start during freshet. We will activate our emergency operations center with a skeleton crew of people for monitoring purposes. And so we are obviously participating in all of the local, regional, and provincial calls, sharing information and the state of affairs for different geographical areas within the province. And we're monitoring all of these different things. So our EOC is already open. We're already communicating and participating broadly in the emergency preparedness community. So if anything does take place, that notification process through MCRBC, those information calls, additionally, that will get the information out there early, and then through the additional points of contact through the various departments within our own organization, that information will be passed along and shared to the different departments.
CAO follow-up? So something like this is so important. I'm used to, in another jurisdiction, BC Hydro was involved, we had one embedded in the EOC so that they can communicate directly. Is that something that you would consider? Because something like this, if you're going to continue doing this and it happens, we need live action. I've got the protective services manager right there, and I would think she would agree. So that's something that you seriously need to consider, and in all the areas. So it would be just on the regional district one. Penticton has its own, but we're looking at a regional one where the main EOC would be here.
We have deployed liaison officers into emergency operations centers before. And so we will go so far as to sending our operations management into the field to fully integrate into the incident management teams that are dealing with the situation on the ground, as well as where it's appropriate. We'll make sure that there's, as we do, we make sure that there's direct contact between any activated EOCs and us. If we have the availability of resources to deploy a liaison officer to an established EOC, we'll do it.
All right, so I have quite a list here building. And I think I'd like to make a statement that has been made here before. I said, you know, it looks like we're working out details. This is a discussion that definitely needed to happen before it went to the public. Because I can trust you right now, you better be prepared for your meeting already in Carami, as you should see social media. It's buzzing. Director Barkwell is next. Oh.
Okay, it wasn't that bad, what I wanted to say. Considering all the things that Director Coyne so eloquently stated, wouldn't it be more effective to increase your brush mitigation program so that you can be completely confident that no trees are going to fall on your lines and not have to worry about this? And also, you know, it sounds like, oh, this seems like a good thing to do it in California, you carry it up here, but our circumstances are so different, including the liability one, which I'm sure weighs big on the power utilities in the US. But if you're doing what you can do to prevent the tree falling on the line and creating a forest fire, you've done everything you can. You know, your liability is not there. And it hasn't happened before, you said, ever in our area, that tree falling on a power line has created a forest fire?
We have had cases where the contact or failure of the system has started a fire.
That's a little bit different. Like, I know there was a bird's nest on a line that started a small fire once and things, but what can you do with that? I guess the deal. I don't know. It seems like the solution is worse than the problem. You know, yeah. Well, anyway.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm going, Director Coyne.
Thanks. Kind of to what Director Barkwell was just saying, and I think one of you said it earlier about being held responsible. You know, I talked to you guys when I was up in Merritt, and I'm driving home from Merritt, and I'm looking at the power lines, you know, between Allison Lake and Princeton, and they're all going through the trees themselves. And, you know, if you guys want to start somewhere, start there. You guys have no problems going to our parks and cutting down our trees in the parks and mutilating them there. But because they're on the side of the road or they're near somebody's fancy house, you know, on a lake, we're just going to leave them. Like, this is the problem. You know, like Director Barkwell just said, the solution here is not equal to what you're proposing. Like, go cut those trees down, go clean those brushes up. You go by my farm and you just about devastate every single living thing. But then I drive by another area and the power lines are literally embedded in the trees. Like, why is that allowed, but it's not allowed over there, right? So you guys, there's a lot of work to be done here before you implement this, a lot of work. And I think we're on the wrong end of this. And I think our residents are on the wrong end of this.
Thank you. We're on to Director Bush.
So according to this map, you just got our little area. So what's happening out the rest of BC? Like, I know Kamloops and Lillooet and Lytton and Ashcroft, they're just as hot as we are. at times. Are they included too in any of this?
That's not our service area.
Okay, so, but they're not doing it. So if it's not good enough for them, why is it good for us?
We took a look at our system and determined that the risk of us potentially being involved in starting a fire that could result in human loss is overwhelming.
Well, we don't believe you.
Next is Director Taylor.
Are you saying I don't have my lights on? Others have said that already. Looking at this map here, you'd take out like the whole area from Karamias to Headley to Princeton?
Yes.
Okay, because that's...
Sorry, there's multiple circuits in there. And so depending on the forecasted weather event, it may affect one line, it may affect multiple lines. So there's 10 feeders in the PSPS areas that we've identified as the highest risk. And one or multiple could be affected. We don't know.
Okay, all right. And listen, I appreciate this. It's fun broaching this stuff to stakeholders, eh? But this is a scale of evacuation. I think number of people affected would be massive. Like this is a really big deal that you're potentially triggering. No, I mean, I'm talking the number of families, number of homes that would potentially have to evacuate. Food for thought.
Thank you. I think with the questions, we've got a few more people, and I want to make sure that we bring newer information. Again, we've had, I got two people I want to get to first that haven't spoken. That would be Director Coyne Senior and Director Gilbert. So if Director Coyne Senior first, and then Director Gilbert, and then I'll go to the other ones. And again, let's try to have some information that's different.
So the question I have is, you did this press release a couple of weeks ago, whatever it was now, and you put absolute panic into a whole lot of people out here without a really good explanation of what was going on. You've elaborated somewhat today. So of those people, I have had numerous ones phone me that are looking at $10,000 to $12,000 for a Generac. Is there any, are they going to would they be eligible through any of your programs to recoup that money? Because a couple of them are stores that, like, I'll use one as an example. It has a pet food place that she has thousands of dollars worth of frozen pet food sitting in a storage unit. If the power goes out, there goes her income. The point kind of being is the way it came out was this is going to happen when it gets hot and dry. So I think you've done a terrible job of putting it out to the public. I think it's kind of a half-baked idea that you're still working on, or you're not, or they're not sharing all of the information with the public, one of the two. But if it was something that was coming, an order from Preoc or whoever, people would be more accepting of it, but just that you're going to shut it down so that you don't accept the liability, because at the end of the day, that's what it's really all about. So that's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you, Director Gilbert.
Yeah, thanks for the chair. So because your company's planning on, doing this shut off, I was wondering if your organization is willing to maybe team up with RDOS to supply cooling equipment or cooling supplies for people. Yes, you're telling people that they need to be prepared for 72 hours, and a lot of people do that for food and emergency documents. But as, we've heard from Director Coyne and from Director Barkwell, we're not asking them to leave their home. We're actually asking them to stay in their home. And then what you're also asking is for the RDOS municipalities to then provide cooling stations, which who knows if those will even work because they might not have power. So, would Fortis BC be willing to team up with RDOS to supply residents with like buckets and things to cool them off in their homes, as you're the one that's planning to cause the emergency at home by shutting off the power, not them asking them to be evacuated out of their house. They're to be stayed in their place. So, would Fortis BC be open to something like that?
So part of our communication to the regionals, the municipals, First Nations communities is what we would like you to do is you're undertaking an HRVA inventory of your critical infrastructure. Let us know what that is so that we can take a look at it and see if we can maintain power to critical assets.
Follow up? Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I wasn't, critical assets, that's fine, but I'm talking about the homeowner, where now you have someone in an apartment that doesn't have their AC turned off and now it's hot out and they don't have cooling supplies. And this is because Fortis BC has now shut it off. Like, yeah, critical assets is one thing, but it'd be nice if there was the Fortis BC would step up and say, hey, we'd be willing to sponsor or help subsidize maybe cooling materials for people who are in their homes, who are expected to stay in their homes. We're not expecting them to leave. The province does put together that, if you have a wildfire, have all your stuff ready, but this is a company that's deciding to shut off power, which is different than an unprecedented wildfire.
Thank you. Now I've got two people that now it's going to be further new information from Director Bloomfield and from Director Holmes. Okay, so Director Bloomfield's first, then Director Holmes.
Yeah, I just wanted to circle back on the EOC notification piece there. And just some experience that we had with Penticton. I'm with the City of Penticton, and it's, last year or the year before when we had the fires and we had the provincial government shut down the highway and shut down tourism, and they gave us like 30 minutes notice, and that really didn't work that very well. That caused a lot of problems, and so what I didn't hear was whether your notification to local governments and areas, your notification to them is part of the protocol for when you do this shutdown. You did say that you sort of liaise with other EOCs and that, which is great, but if it was part of your procedure and protocol to give advance warning to regional districts and municipalities in the affected areas, then I think that would help alleviate a lot of concern amongst those administrations, not amongst the public, but at least amongst those administrations, that they got a better notice to get an EOC into gear ready for that shutdown.
So thank you for that. The process would be not unlike any other incident that took place. If it was a large enough incident and warranted a widespread notification of a number of different stakeholders, not just government, we would leverage the same force multipliers that every other organization that's tied to emergency management in the province would leverage, which is going through the Provincial Emergency Operations Center for the affected regions. So in the event that a PSPS was being contemplated, even at the various stages along that linear graph that we showed you, or that chart that we showed you, part of that notification component would be a request to EMCRBC to allow Fortis BC to host an information call where all of the regional stakeholders, including surrounding areas, would get an opportunity to listen in on that information call and listen to what we have to say, as well as open up means of communications to come back to us through a couple of different channels that we've established for passing on information and answering specific questions. But we would be leveraging all of those well-tested and well-understood communications channels to get information outward. And obviously, if there's, we would have our EOC established. And so once that information call took place, there would be the same type of liaison back and forth between regional and or municipal EOCs as required. We may not necessarily be able to put warm bodies in chairs in every single one of the affected EOCs, but we would certainly look to do as much as we could. And that liaison officer function is open within our own EOC.
Director Holmes.
Okay, so I think it was asked several times, but I didn't really hear an answer. But why can't you just log and brush those lines in question? I suspect it's cost, but you know, why can't you maintain those lines like you do elsewhere?
So we have stepped up our vegetation management over the last several years. This year, we've stepped it up and identified all the danger trees in all the affected areas and have committed to having them removed by beginning of June. I know last week we were at 60 or 70% complete. So the problem we have is danger trees are easy to identify and eliminate. It's the private property trees. We encounter a fair amount of resistance to brushing those out. It would be nice if we created a Martian landscape around the lines. That would eliminate the problem. But we do encounter difficulties completing that. Public corridors, we've stepped up our vegetation management a lot.
All right, thank you. I have 3 people. I'm hoping that it's newer information. I think we'll cut it off at the end of that 3, and I'll throw my little closing statements in there. Can I have Director Coyne, then Monteith, and then Federico? And keep it short, please.
Yep. So this is something that just came up with what Director Gilbert was talking about, and then you guys mentioned critical assets. So something that's becoming more and more frequent in our end of the Similkameen Valley is we are not only an evacuation zone for what happens north of us, but when the Coquihalla and the Fraser Canyon gets closed, then people are going through us as well. So I'll throw a scenario at you. 2021, probably one of the worst fire seasons we've ever seen. We were extreme. We would probably fit this scenario. We had a fire at Garrison Lake, was burning from Eastgate almost to Princeton, Lytton, Merritt, Logan Lake. The highways were closed. Everybody got evacuated through Princeton now. So you take that situation and you turn off the electricity because you're trying to prevent future more fires. And we have traffic in the thousands, if not tens of thousands, going through Princeton. And we are now without gasoline, we're without electric chargers. We have thousands upon thousands of stranded motorists. During that fire season, we had literally, the traffic was backed up all the way past Allison Lake from town, trying to get through the intersection to get onto Highway 3. If that was the scenario that happens again, the compounding effects of that is going to be devastating, like absolutely devastating. So you guys just need to see the big picture here. I get your picture, but you have to see our big picture. And this is a big picture. I mean, we fought for traffic lights so we could speed up that flow, you know? And that's because when we have traffic, and we have had this all the way to Aspen Grove, we've had traffic from that intersection all the way to Aspen Grove backed up. And if there's no gasoline and there's no electricity, then we're dealing with that in a scale that is unimaginable. So I just cannot stress this enough.
So thank you for that. And, you know, we were right there, you know, in the province, experiencing similar challenges with respect to wildfires burning throughout our entire service territory. So I completely understand where you're coming from with that. And that's why for the application of a public safety power shutoff program, there is that component of discretion involved in it. There's no absolutes with respect to the shutting off of the power. If we're looking at the broader picture and recognizing that taking the power system down is going to create a greater hazard to the public under certain circumstances than leaving it on, that would be one of those risk management and weighting decisions that will be undertaken by the senior leadership in our organization based on the information and recommendations that we're passing on to them. So it's not an absolute. There's not going to be any one given particular scenario where it's a thou shalt push that to turn the power off.
But where's our say in that? Like, where do we come into that? Because that's a corporate decision made by your people, not made by the EOC at the regional district level, my EOC, the village, the bands. We're not part of that conversation. But you guys are going to make that conversation based on what's best for your guys' butt, not ours. And that's the problem here. This is not a us thing. This is a you thing. And we're going to have to fit into whatever you want us to deal with. That's where this is coming down. That's why everybody in our valley, the 10,000 plus people in our valley, are really, really upset. Because we're not part of this conversation. You guys are going to come here, you're going to give us your presentation, you're going to go and do 2 public hearings and now another one thanks to our MLA. But those aren't dialogues. Those are you guys telling us this is what we're doing. I hope you understand that.
Thank you, Director Monteith.
Thank you through the chair. I'm curious if there's going to be if you did have an episode or an event, would there be an after action report? Would stakeholders have an opportunity to give feedback into it? And would it be a public report?
So typically, whenever there's an event that we deal with, whether it's through an emergency exercise that we run, or if we have a real event on our system, whether it's on the gas or electric side, we will do a post-incident review so that we can learn from that, see how our processes went, test and adjust. And if there's external agencies that we've interfaced with through the course of that, we absolutely have an open dialogue and take the feedback, good, bad, and ugly around that. We are heavily regulated. So we are responsible to make sure that we're going through these specific processes. It's good emergency management practice to do that anyway, but that's how we are able to refine our emergency response plans and make sure that our processes are functioning in the way that they need to. So the simple answer is yes. Whether those post-incident reports are publicly available or not, that's not up to me to say, but we do conduct those activities when it's warranted to do so.
All right, thank you. Could we, last is Director Fedrigo.
Thank you, through the chair. Have you communicated with the First Nations in that area, and what has their response been?
We have, yes, we have. We have met with the lower and upper Similkameen Indian bands, and we are continuing to work with them and listen to their concerns. Yes.
Okay, well, thank you. And I think from the temperature of the table, you can realize that this is just a foreshadow of what you're going to be stepping into in our communities. We're looking at an area, rural Karamias, we've had fires all the way around where people gather on their drinking beer, sitting on their lawn breaks, watching the fire come down because we're surrounded by irrigation and protected by our water systems. Soon as this gets shut down in our area, which always has wind, always is dry, and right now it's very dry, and in regards to the drought index, and we're already having capacity issues with water, and we will not be able to access that. So you're going to be looking at a libelous situation when you shut off all the water in a community where now when the embers fly from a forest fire and land in town and we're unable to fight it because the poor communities don't have the backup generated systems because the cost is prohibitive in regards to our tax bases. Small little hamlet of Headley, HID, people to gather and get information around to their people actually have to go door to door because the majority of people in the area, not the majority, I have a high per capita people on fixed income, people that don't have cell phones, don't have internet, and a lot of people that actually still depend on mail. So we've always had to come up with different ways of getting to these people. So then we look at the vulnerability, which has been stated. We're already looking at health systems that are in jeopardy and when we don't have the capacity. And I've worked for now 44 years in emergency services. I know what our capacities are. You go call that 1-800 number and we're going to be able to do what? We already have a challenge of where we're going to put these people when we have to do an evacuation under a BC order. So things about mitigation, whether or not you're burying your lines or different issues, but then you bring up the California.
What happened in the California fire last year when all of a sudden the water was shut off by the power company following that process? That caused a huge issue that endangered the lives of many firefighters and lost further lands. So, I don't know if that's really a good excuse, to use that reason down there. We have to build policies and procedures that meet our environment, our communities and their reality. And again, it goes back, you've met with First Nations, which is great, but you didn't even meet with us. And then this stuff's gone out and we're at the firing end of all the stuff that's coming in the community. And we had no information to pass on to them to kind of prepare them for your meeting. So I just say you need to be prepared. Thank you very much for providing what you did do. And that did give some further insight that would have been a lot more helpful to have before you put it out to the public. Anyways, if there's anything else that you'd like to say, this is your opportunity, and otherwise we'll be protective services at an end.
No, just thank you for your time, and we do want to stress this is a very last resort for us. Some things that were mentioned, if there's wildfires in the area and water, we work with first responders, and if they ask us to turn the power off for their worker safety, we do that. If they ask for power to be turned on for water supply, we do that as well. What we're talking about is prevention. If there's other mitigating factors, current wildfires in play, heat dome, air quality index, all those things will be considered.
I appreciate that. I just think as you look forward and put money away for mitigation, start burying your lines and cleaning up your areas, because again, also work more closely with local government, because we need to work hand in glove on this. Thank you. That's it for me. Pat, CAO, do you have anything else?
Nothing further.
All right.
I was told there is a staff report that you may want to ask questions of our staff on protective services.
All right.
Do you want to stay?
Could staff step up and give us the report on?
Did you want us to stay?
Yeah. Thank you again for bringing this to our attention, and we look forward to working together. Thank you.
Awesome.
Sorry, I was just going to pass it on to you. Thank you, Sean.
Awesome, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So I have a staff report ahead of you here that the RDOS Protective Services have had a similar presentation with the Forest BC. Obviously, from our department over, we share many of the concerns, as all the board members here. I don't really think that we can ever stress enough over the concerns over for the public for evacuation of the lack of funding from EMCR and the collaboration between Fortis and the province. Our biggest concern as well is ensuring that the homeowners, the residents, the citizens of our community, the travelers, everybody has a safety and security if there is an emergency occurring. And to basically just without having the funding available, how do we support that? So I do have a list of the questions identified in here. I would like to recommend over the board to send a letter over to the province and over to the minister as well from the RDOS board. That's my recommendation over to the chair. Yeah, I just want to pass off over to Deborah if she has anything more.
Question? Sorry, I got a question from Director Coyne.
Yeah, it's not so much a question. So yesterday at the town of Penticton, we came up with 3 letters, and we sent those 3 letters, and I forwarded those off to Sean. One goes to Fortis with our objections. One is to the ministries. There's multiple ministries involved in this: EMCR, local government, the rural and local government, and energy. We've sent it to them, and we've also filed a formal complaint with the Utility Commission, because there's 3 sections of the Utility Commission that we believe that they are in violation of Section 25, 28, and 38. 25 is Commission's powers and emergencies, 38 deals with duty to supply, and 28 is general supervision of public utilities. As of right now, none of this is, as far as we can find, is they're in compliance with they haven't had these discussions with the EMCR. There is no provision for us to be able to evacuate people. There's a number of things. So I'd be in support of the regional district writing a letter both to Fortis as well as the ministries, strongly asking for reconsideration on this matter. I'll make that motion if someone will second it.
Got it seconded. We'll get discussion of, Gilbert, does this? After the motion? Okay, so any questions on the motion?
Sorry, the motion is to recon.
Letter to Fortis and the ministries asking for reconsideration.
Okay, Director Taylor, are you?
I'm just wondering if staff have had any discussions with other jurisdictions to find out if this kind of thing is done elsewhere in a safe manner, or a manner that you would consider safe, that you can bring back to us.
Yeah, so the RDOS has only had over discussions with RDKB. We haven't had any other discussions with any other municipalities within the BC Hydro region or any other provinces at this time. However, I can take that back and I can find some more information and I can bring it back to the board or include it in the letter as well.
From my perspective, it's outside of Fortis's area. It's in, well, I guess Kootenays is, yeah, a different area. I'm thinking Hydro, Alberta, other provinces, and just see, are they doing this and how are they doing it?
Well, at this time, as far as we know, they're not doing this at this time, but we don't know how this decision that Fortis has made will influence those organizations.
I'm actually just going to retract what I said there. I actually did speak over to Fortis yesterday, and Fortis BC, it's a sub company to a bigger organization, and Fortis owns a bunch of companies throughout Canada, and I believe that they have a similar system, or they're onboarding this as well back east as well. That's what my discussion was. So there are other provinces that have a similar program. It's just not, I'm not as aware of it as I should be, probably.
Okay, Director Coyne?
BC Hydro isn't doing this as far as we know, are they?
At this point, we have not heard anything from BC Hydro. There was some rumor started by Fortis yesterday to us saying that that's a possibility, but we have not heard that that's true.
So currently the publicly owned facility is, or utility isn't, but the private utility is.
That's right.
Proposing.
Surprise. All right, any other questions in regards to the motion writing a letter to CCing to Fortis and to the minister? Yeah, not seeing any. All in favor? Any opposed? All right.
I'd also like to make a motion that we put in a complaint to the Utility Commission around the same thing. They're the only ones that can actually approve or stop this. So.
I'll second that. Anybody, any conversation in regards to that?
You might want to provide some further context, although I appreciate this thing about what the complaint is specifically.
So I'll forward. So based on the same letter that Princeton wrote, I have sent that to staff. On those three sections that we find that this is in violation of, I think that's, so section 25, 28, and 38 of the Utility Commission Act. If nothing else, it'll cause an investigation.
Okay, any questions on that? Hands in favor? Any opposed? Okay, carried. Okay, we have Director Gilbert had a question prior to this motion. Do you hear that? CAO?
I'll send them out to you. To all the directors.
Director Gilbert?
Yeah, thanks through the chair. It just in some of my comments about, cooling, making sure residents are cool. I highly recommend RDOS look at a collective called High Neighbor Collective, and that spawned out of the heat dome that happened in BC. Because the lower mainland, a lot of places do not have air conditioning units. And so they had to fast act through Fraser Health, the CDC, and just neighborhood organizations to get basically buckets and water and things out to people because of, that heat dome. So I highly recommend RDOS looking at trying to get that, information out that if this were to occur during plus 40 degree, weather, is that, people should be prepared to be able to have some backup water and some way to cool themselves during that phase. And I'd highly recommend going to Fortis BC and asking them to foot the bill on this, considering the fact that they're the ones that are causing this. So, I think it would be good to get that information out.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Historically, the RDOS has actually received funding for its studies to identify cooling centers. We currently have the HRBA study going on right now that's identifying our hazards within the region, over which include the cooling centers as well. EMCR will actually fund a cooling center and a warming center as well under certain parameters. So there is a funding mechanism for that. The RDOS did do a lot of communication during the heat dome, but I've had a lot of discussions in regard to exactly what you've said in the past few days here. So I appreciate that.
Okay, and I now have Middleton.
Thank you. I also would like to add that one of the things that I think will be important is developing a public campaign to educate our public on what they can do in their home if we are giving them a notice, so that there will be pre-education and education along with notification as well. That's going to be very important. My concern is, unfortunately, the people who need that information the most won't necessarily have access to it as easily. And so it's going to be something we're going to have to make sure we get out physically to the public as well.
Thank you very much. And I think one of the real concerns here is, of course, when we look at the area that they're planning, you're pretty much shutting down the Similkameen. So we're either jumping in the river or coming to cuddle in Penticton. So any further questions for staff? Not seeing any. I think we can motion adjourn. Gilbert, second to that. All in favor? All right, we'll pass it to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Roberts. We'll reconvene and hopefully whip through this reasonably quick. Finance, 5-year financial plan amendment, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. The Spirit Park development project requires $12,000 in additional funding to complete various landscaping and civic work. The Wharf Park development is under budget, which we can transfer the funds, and this is exactly what we're asking. To go by within our own rules, we need to do a budget amendment. So the recommended motion is that bylaw 3102.01/2025 being a bylaw to amend the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen 2025-2029 5-year financial plan be reallocated capital funds between projects for Naramata Parks and Recreation be given first, second, third reading and adopted. Staff's here to answer your questions.
Okay, looking for direction on this. Someone moving it, seconding, thank you. Discussion? Not seeing any. Corporate vote, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That does carry. E2, CAO. Community Works
Thank you.
Funds.
The development of James Hole Memorial Park in Electoral Area A has been an ongoing project for over multiple years. Currently, the project requires an additional $20,000 in funding to complete road grading, parking lot leveling, and general park improvements. And the staff's recommendation is that bylaw 3107/2025 being a bylaw to authorize expenditure of $20,000 from the Area A Community Works Fund tax reserve for the purpose of road, parking lot, and park improvements at James Hole Memorial Park be given first, second, and third reading and adopted.
And if I could ask someone to move that. Thank you, Director Bush. Seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, again, corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. E3, this is Community Works Fund Program Report, CAO.
So I'll give the board an option. There is a presentation with this. Now, this could be deferred to the next meeting, or we can just go through it. All those in favor?
All those in favor.
Of deferring?
What's
that
the
something you-
general flavor here? Go ahead, Director Gilbert.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I'll make a motion to table this, table the Community Works Fund Program information for the next board meeting.
Okay, I'm assuming there's a seconder for that. Yes. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That takes care of that. Audited financial statements, CAO.
So this one we handled earlier with the auditors were here, and the board actually adopted the recommendation and accepted the audited statements. So we can go to the next one.
Did we do that? Yeah, that was in the regular board meeting, so we're okay there. Legislative services, F1, Vintage Views, wastewater and lakeshore waterworks utilities, CAO.
Thank you. This is to establish the Vintage Views Waterworks System and Lakeshore Waterworks System as a service for the regional district, to authorize borrowing for capital upgrades to the two utilities, and to establish capital reserve funds for the newly created utility services. And the staff recommendation is that the Vintage Village Views Water System Establishment Bylaw 3068/2024 being a bylaw to establish Vintage Views Waterworks Systems as a service of the Regional District of Okanagan-Smilkameen, and the Vintage Views Wastewater Loan Authorization Bylaw number 3069/2024 being a bylaw to authorize the borrowing of $6,962,000 for capital upgrades to the Vintage Views Wastewater System be adopted, and that Lakeshore Waterworks System Establishment Bylaw 3071/2024 being a bylaw to establish a lake shore waterworks system as a service of the Regional District of Okanagan-Smilkameen, and the Lakeshore Waterworks System Loan Authorization Bylaw 3072/2024 being a bylaw to authorize the borrowing of $13,530,000 for capital upgrades to the Lakeshore Waterworks System be adopted, and that bylaw 3070/2025 being a bylaw to establish capital reserve funding for the Vintage Views wastewater system be read a first, second, and third time and be adopted, and that bylaw 3073/2025 being a bylaw to establish a capital reserve fund for the Lakeshore Waterworks System be read a first, second, third time and be adopted. Staff's here to answer questions you may have.
Okay. Mouthful. Quick question for acting CO is can this be done in one motion, or should it be separated? Because I see it's kind of separated on mine here with the 2/3 vote majority needed.
So
And
technically, the two service establishment bylaws should be adopted, and the loan authorization bylaw should be adopted separately, because they're a different voting structure than the.
That's what I wanted
Yeah.
to clarify. Okay, so someone prepared to move that first section? Moved, seconded? Any discussion on that? Not seeing any hands. Corporate vote, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So the second portion of that, which is the reserve fund establishments, moving it, seconded. Any discussion? Call the question, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Petition to amend the service area in Area D, CAO.
Thank you. The purpose of this is to submit a petition request for the regional district that seeks to remove the property at 112 Bighorn Trail, District Lot 2710 in the Vintage Views Wastewater System Service Area. In order to facilitate this, it is being proposed to amend Schedule A of the Vintage Views Wastewater System Establishment Bylaw 3068/2024. With the recommended motion is that the Vintage Views Wastewater System Service Establishment Bylaw 3068.01/2025 being a bylaw to reduce the service area to be read a first, second, and third time.
Go to Director Taylor, moving it. Seconded, thank you. Discussion. Call the question, corporate. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Believe that brings us down to the CAO report. CAO?
As far as the efficiency report, that's not going to be in this report today. I do want to just quickly talk about the chair and I did go to the chair CEO conference in Victoria 2 weeks ago. I used that as a benefit to go to visit senior managers in the provincial government to talk about. One of them was us becoming a taxing authority. The meeting was moved to May the 12th. I'm looking forward to having a success and bringing it back at the next meeting to say that the board has the option, because just because the province says you can do it, I would think the board needs to formally approve that, even though you're giving me marching orders to see if we can do that, which would save a net of approximately $650,000 to our taxpayer, because we would spend about $400,000 of that to create a department. Totally, the province charges us $1,009,000 for the right to tax on our behalf. And the other 26 regional districts are looking to see how successful we're going to be with this. There is one other regional district that is just behind us and looking at also being a taxing authority. Thank you.
Okay. Verbal updates. Anything to report from your communities? Go ahead, Director Gilbert, and then Monteith.
Thank you, through the chair. And this is just a question in regards to our strategic priority really quickly, just for director's motions. And this is for staff. I'm just curious, under the OK Falls waterfront redevelopment, the strategic priorities, I wonder if they're going to address the fact that someone in the OK Falls decided to take it upon themselves to rip up a species on the beach there.
I think I can speak to that.
Director Taylor, go ahead.
I think there's uncertainty really that was anyone other than RDOS staff 2 weeks ago. And it's just that some people have just noticed it recently. And I think that's the current feeling, that's what the tracks on the park are from. So, our CAO.
CAO, can you maybe clarify?
Well, what I was going to just say is that there was a report that I had regarding the efficiency review, which I'm recommending we also move that to the next meeting, because it's also got a long PowerPoint presentation. As far as the work plan, we'd have to take a look at that and come back, just like we do for all the other projects, for any projects.
Director Gilbert?
Well, thank you, through the chair. I guess just the question I have is, was it RDOS that ripped up the aster on the beach, or was that a member of the public that took it upon themselves?
We have a regular management program every spring and every fall. It's tilled. We tilled it the last weekend in April.
Okay, thank you. If that's to clarify, because there seems to be that RDOS was quoted in the newspaper or on Castanet that they did not do that, and that was someone else did it.
They did not do it last weekend. They did it the weekend before last.
I guess that clarifies it.
I heard about an engineer who was looking at a Holstein, and he said, yes, that's a black and white cow on this side.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Any other verbal updates? Director Monteith, I'd seen your hand.
Thank you, through the chair. So inviting everybody to Cleedon for the annual Cleedon Volunteer Fire Department garage sale. So if you haven't been there, check it out.
Okay. Big event there. Anything else from anybody's communities? Director Coyne?
Yeah, nothing from my community. I mean, we're going to see most of you in my community, hopefully at the next board meeting. But I just want to say thank you for your support today. As you can see, this is a very charged and emotional topic that we've just discussed with our previous guests. And there's a lot of people in our valley right now that are pretty apprehensive. So thanks for your support.
Okay. Moving on here to the chair's report, and in the essence of trying to save some time here, and it might be more efficient if I put a written report from the chair's CAO forum and SILGA, and I'll send that out to all the directors. And then if there's questions from that, we can get it at the next board meeting. Director's motions. Not seeing anything there. Board members' verbal updates, if there was anything. Then we're down to the closed session. The only thing there is we should report out on a recent approval and hiring. Was there specific wording to that, Ms. Cram? Could you read that out for us, please?
Yes, I will report that earlier in today's board meeting during the closed session, the board resolved the following: that the board of the RDOS appoint Tracy Batten as the corporate officer statutory position for the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen, and that the matter be reported out in open meeting, which I've just done.
All right, thank you kindly for that. And adjournment. Someone prepared to move that? Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? And I don't believe anybody's opposed. We are done. Thank you very much for your patience. It was a long day, but not much longer than it looked like it was going to go. So well done.